Chapter 62. Although Duan Tian and Li Fei didn't have any actual progress for the time being. But based on the current situation, Li Fei no longer rejected him. To him this was good news. Now what he had to do was to strike while the iron was hot. Tomorrow afternoon, I plan to make a trip to the misty forest with Kerr. Are you interested? Duan Tian lightly smiled as he asked Li Fei. You want me to be a third wheel? I'm not going. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Tian. Then forget it. I originally wanted to bring you to see the snow python, a ferocious beast comparable to a nascent soul stage expert. That's something that's hard to come by in one's lifetime. Duan Tian pretended to sigh. What? Snow python? Li Fei's autumn eyes lit up, and her enchanting and beautiful face became slightly excited. She had also heard the news from a while ago. The appearance of the snow python in the misty forest caused her to feel incomparably shocked, and her heart was filled with curiosity and yearning. Duan Tian lowered his head, minding his own business as he played with the little black snake. Hey, do you really have a way to see the snow python? Li Fei asked softly. Duan Tian didn't even raise his head, as if he didn't hear what she said. Hey! Li Fei called out again. Hey what? My name isn't Hey. Weren't you not interested? Duan Tian had a lazy expression as he spoke unhurriedly. Suddenly Li Fei became excited. Her autumn eyes were filled with tears, as if she could cry at any moment. What are you doing? What's there to cry about? I'll bring you there. The scene before his eyes caused Duan Tian to be caught off guard, and he became flustered. In both his previous and current lives, what he couldn't bear to see the woman he liked cry the most. You said it yourself, don't go back on your word. Li Fei's enchanting and beautiful face revealed a smile of having succeeded in her scheme. I've been tricked. Only now did Duan Tian react, and he had a bitter smile on his face. Li Fei compared to Kerr was simply two extremes. Perhaps it was because of this that he fell in love with Li Fei at first sight. That night, after dinner, Duan Tian sent Li Fei home. Only then did he realize that Li Fei's courtyard was behind his courtyard, separated by a small alley. Even if they walked through the main entrance and circled around, it would only be a few dozen meters. If they were to directly climb over the wall, they would be able to save tens of meters of wasted time. When they got home, Duan Tian went into his room. He began to cultivate. He had already cultivated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique Spirit Serpent Transformation to the highest level. What he needed to do now was to cultivate the second transformation of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Mad Python Transformation. Now that his fleshly body had reached the peak of the body tempering stage, Duan Tian noticed that the 7 Treasures body tempering liquid was useless to him. What he needed to do now was to cultivate the Mad Python Transformation's mental cultivation method and develop Origin Energy. Once he developed Origin Energy, he would be a core formation martial artist. His strength would increase once again. Tomorrow I'll go buy some Origin Gathering pills. I'm going to bleed again. Duan Tian felt his heart ache. The Origin Gathering pill was a grade 8 medicinal pill. It was a type of medicinal pill that could help a 9th level body tempering martial artist quickly develop Origin Energy and step into the core formation stage. It was extremely expensive. Just one would cost 10,000 taels of silver. A martial artist with good natural talent would need to consume at least 10 Origin Gathering pills to step into the core formation stage in a short period of time. A martial artist with poor natural talent would need to consume at least 10 pills. Of course, they could also choose not to use them. In this way, no matter how good one's natural talent was, one would still need to spend many years of hard work to break through to the core formation stage. Just like the Fresh Breeze Town branch family, including the Patriarch, Li Nanfeng, and the other core formation stage martial artists. When these people cultivated from the 9th level of the body tempering stage to the core formation stage, those with good natural talent spent 3 to 5 years, while those with poor natural talent spent 7 to 8 years. It wasn't because of anything else, but because they couldn't afford to use the Origin Gathering pill. In the clan martial meet this time, there were 5 young geniuses that had stepped into the core formation stage at the age of 18, including Li Fei. Besides their natural talent, the reason they were able to step into the core formation stage at such a young age was because of the Origin Gathering pill. Medicinal pills were enough to change a person's life. This was also the reason why alchemists had a lofty status in Cloud Continent. The higher the grade of an alchemist, the higher their status. They were existences that all the great powers fought over. Unfortunately, I still haven't developed origin energy. Once I do, I'll be a grade 9 alchemist. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. If an ordinary person wanted to become an alchemist, even if they had outstanding natural talent in alchemy and the guidance of a famous teacher, they would still need to spend several years of hard work before they could even begin. But Duan Lingtian possessed the lifetime memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Reincarnation Emperor Wu was also a royal grade alchemist. In terms of alchemy, he could be considered the second Reincarnation Emperor Wu. As long as his origin energy met the requirements, he would be an experienced alchemist. What other alchemists understood, he understood. What other alchemists didn't understand, he understood. The most important thing right now is to develop origin energy, step into the core formation stage, and become an alchemist. At that time, I'll be able to refine medicinal pills that can raise my core formation stage cultivation and even allow Mother to be reborn, allowing her to cultivate top cultivation methods. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. His attention quickly returned to the Raging Python form cultivation method. After looking at the Raging Python form cultivation method for a while, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. As expected of a cultivation method created by Reincarnation Emperor Wu after 2 lifetimes. This 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's second form, the Raging Python form, was not only able to allow the cultivator to develop origin energy like an ordinary martial artist. It was also able to use origin energy to temper the cultivator's fleshly body, allowing the fleshly body to transform once again. Once Duan Lingtian relied on the Raging Python form to cultivate to the first level of the core formation stage, besides being able to grasp origin energy no different from an ordinary martial artist, he would also be able to use origin energy to temper his fleshly body, allowing the fleshly body to transform once again. Just the strength of his fleshly body would be able to transform from the current strength of 3 ancient mammoths to the strength of 4 ancient mammoths, coupled with his origin energy that was comparable to the strength of 1 ancient mammoth. In other words, once he stepped into the first level of the core formation stage, he would possess the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. The strength of 5 ancient mammoths, slightly weaker than a 4th level core formation stage martial artist, slightly stronger than a 3rd level core formation martial artist. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian started cultivating. However, without the origin gathering pill, his cultivation progress was slow. Even when it was deep into the night, there was no obvious improvement. I'm still too impatient. Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian fell asleep. He slept all the way until the sun rose. Early the next morning, after eating breakfast, he left with Kerr. He once again arrived at the Aurora City's trade market, at the medicine store where he consigned the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. "Customer, you've finally come." When he saw Duan Lingtian, it was as if the manager had seen his savior, and he hurriedly went over to greet him. "What? Are they all sold out?" Duan Lingtian smiled. "Sold out, an entire 2,000 portions, all sold out." The manager nodded, then withdrew a large stack of silver and passed it to Duan Lingtian. "This is..." Duan Lingtian stared blankly. "Customer, the 2,000 portions of 6 treasures body tempering liquid you concocted last time, I sold them for 2,000 silver per portion, but the supply still couldn't meet the demand. According to the agreement, customer, you take 80% of the sales, which is 320,000 silver. After deducting the 200,000 silver I gave you last time, this 120,000 silver is the remaining portion." The manager explained. 2,000 silver per portion? Duan Lingtian stared blankly for a moment. Then he shook his head and smiled. "All merchants are truly profiteers. Customer, since you've come, how about concocting some more 6 treasures body tempering liquid?" The manager looked eagerly at Duan Lingtian. "I came here this time precisely for this. Help me prepare the medicinal materials." Duan Lingtian nodded. "It's all prepared." When Duan Lingtian and Kerr entered the small room, they were both stunned when they saw the 2 large vats and a large pile of medicinal materials. This time he spent an entire 2 hours to concoct 2 large vats of 6 treasures body tempering liquid. "Customer, I don't have much liquid funds on hand." How about I give you 200,000 silver first? After all of these medicinal liquids have been sold, I'll give you the remaining silver without missing a single cent. After inspecting the goods, the manager asked with some apprehension. One must know that this batch of 6 treasures body-tempering liquid, no matter which medicine store Duan Lingtian took it to, would be able to sell it for the same or even higher price. Of course there's no problem, I trust the manager. Duan Lingtian nodded and took another 200,000 silver from him. Sometimes trust is mutual. Manager, that large vat of 6 treasures body-tempering liquid last time, you couldn't have divided it into 2,000 portions by yourself, right? Duan Lingtian looked at the manager with a slightly strange gaze. Of course not. I don't trust anyone else, so I asked my family to help me divide it. The manager smiled. Right, manager. Do you know which medicine store in Aurora City's trade market sells origin gathering pills? Duan Lingtian asked again. Origin gathering pill? I'm afraid you can only go to the medicine stores under the 3 great clans of Aurora City. Customer, your Li clan's medicine store, the Spirit Aura Pavilion, is on the main street in front. The manager pointed outside. Duan Lingtian nodded and left the medicine store with Kerr. Not long after, they arrived at the Spirit Aura Pavilion mentioned by the manager. As expected of a medicine store under the Li clan, the Spirit Aura Pavilion occupied an extremely large area and was divided into 2 floors. Customer, what do you need? As soon as they entered, an attendant greeted them and asked respectfully, I want to buy some origin gathering pills. Duan Lingtian stated his purpose for coming. The origin gathering pills are on the 2nd floor, please follow me. The attendant brought Duan Lingtian and Kerr to the 2nd floor. This customer needs origin gathering pills. The attendant greeted the female attendant behind the counter before returning to the 1st floor. Customer, how many origin gathering pills do you need? The female attendant's appearance was ordinary, but her smile was very bright. Give me 32 pills. Duan Lingtian patted the silver bills in his pocket as he slowly spoke. Hearing this, the female attendant was shocked. However, she quickly reacted. Customer, are you sure it's 32 pills? A single origin gathering pill is. The female attendant was slightly hesitant. It's only 10,000 silver, right? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he fished out a large stack of silver bills from the medicine store's manager and directly threw it on the counter. Customer, I'm sorry. I'll go prepare it for you right away. Seeing so many silver bills, the female attendant knew that the youth wasn't joking. She drew in a breath of cold air and went to prepare the origin gathering pills. Young master, what medicinal pill did you buy? So expensive. Kerr playfully stuck out her tongue with a face full of surprise. Origin gathering pill. A medicinal pill that can help us break through to the core formation stage as soon as possible. Chapter 63. Spending money like flowing water was a perfect description of Duan Lingtian. 32 soul gathering pills. He spent all the silver notes he just got from the medicine store manager. These silver notes were spent before he could even warm them. However, Duan Lingtian didn't regret it at all. On the path of cultivation, if you want to take a shortcut, you must be willing to spend money. Noon. Duan Lingtian's family had just finished eating not long ago. Li Fei came. She was dressed in a light purple robe that was slightly tight, making the young girl who was as mature as a peach look like a flirtatious red rose. She was graceful and alluring, charming all living things. Duan Lingtian's lower abdomen was on fire. This Li Fei was really a tempting beauty. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's greedy gaze retracted and fell on Li Fei's right hand. At this moment, Li Fei's white jade hand and slender fingers, except for her thumb, were all wearing 4 dark rings. The interlocking rings seemed simple and unadorned. Spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian's heart moved, and his face revealed some surprise. Reincarnation Emperor Wu was not only a royal-grade alchemist, but also a royal-grade weapon craftsman. Duan Lingtian inherited his memories, and recognized at a glance that the spirit weapon in Li Fei's hand was a spirit weapon. Grade 9 spirit weapon. He still remembered that Li Fei didn't use this spirit weapon in yesterday's clan martial gathering. Otherwise, Lian would definitely not be her opponent. Li Fei quickly noticed that Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on her right hand, and couldn't help but be slightly moved, and her heart jumped. Could it be that he recognized the spirit weapon in her hand? Soon Duan Lingtian gave her the answer. Little Fei why didn't you use this grade 9 spirit weapon in the clan martial gathering? If you used it, Lian might not be your opponent. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and he seemed to be smiling yet not smiling. I wanted to use it, but Grandpa put it away. He said it was unfair to others. Li Fei said with some hidden bitterness. She was a little shocked. This Duan Lingtian was actually able to recognize that the weapon in her hand was a spiritual weapon at a glance. One had to know that unless it was a weapon refiner with a unique vision. Otherwise, no matter how high a cultivator's cultivation was, they would only be able to recognize the spirit weapon when it was used. She suddenly felt that she couldn't see through this youth anymore. There seemed to be a cloud of fog surrounding his body. For a moment, endless curiosity rose in her heart. She longed to dispel the fog and see through the Duan Lingtian completely. That's true. Even though this spirit artifact of yours is a grade 9 spirit artifact, its amplification ability is close to that of a grade 8 spirit artifact. Presumably, the grade 9 weapon craftsman who forged this spirit artifact for you has already touched the threshold of a grade 8 weapon craftsman. Duan Lingtian nodded and said slowly. When these words of Duan Lingtian entered into Li Fei's ears, it made her feel as if she was struck by lightning. She only recently found out that her grandfather was about to become a grade 8 weapon craftsman. She was sure that besides her and her grandfather, there was absolutely no third person in the Li clan who knew of this matter. But now, the youth only took a glance at the spirit artifact in her hand, and was able to see that her grandfather was about to become a grade 8 weapon craftsman? How did you see through it? Li Fei's tone was hurried, and she was somewhat impatient. You want to know? Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously. Li Fei hurriedly nodded. This is my secret. Besides my woman, I won't tell anyone else. A smirk appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. I don't care. How could Li Fei not know that she was played by Duan Lingtian? And she said angrily, You really don't care? Duan Lingtian asked again. I don't care. Li Fei was in a fit of anger, and she replied very straightforwardly. Then forget it. I originally wanted to remind you that although the weapon craftsman that helped you refine the spirit artifact is about to become a grade 8 weapon craftsman, I still hope that you can advise him not to forcefully increase the grade of the weapon flame for the time being. Duan Lingtian pretended to sigh as he slowly spoke. What do you mean by this? Li Fei's enchanting and beautiful face slightly changed. If I'm not wrong, recently, every late night, that weapon craftsman would feel the origin energy in his body burning, and even find it difficult to fall asleep. Duan Lingtian didn't reply Li Fei, and instead said these words. How do you know about my grandfather's recent situation? You climbed over the wall to peek at our house? Li Fei's face slightly changed as she said angrily. She knew about this matter, and even specially went to grab many calming medicines for her grandfather, but they were all useless. Do I look like such a senseless person? He kindly reminded Li Fei, but was wronged by her. Duan Lingtian was speechless for a while, and didn't say anything more. He admitted that he was dissolute, but he wouldn't do such a despicable thing. Li Fei realized that Duan Lingtian didn't have any intention of paying attention to her, and realized that she might have really wronged him. Could it be that everything that Duan Lingtian said was also seen through the spirit artifact in her hand? But this was really hard to believe. Taking a deep breath, Li Fei looked towards Kerr for help. Young master, don't be angry. Sister Li Fei didn't mean it. Kerr smiled as she persuaded. Kerr, everyone has to be responsible for what they do. You can help her for a while, but you can't help her forever. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Kerr also realized that young master was really angry, and could only look at Li Fei helplessly. Li Fei was so angry that her face was red, and her eyes were filled with tears. This again. Duan Lingtian glanced at her coldly and indifferently before paying no further attention to her. You're a bully. Sup. Li Fei finally exploded. Tears flowed down her cheeks and she couldn't stop crying. Damn. She was really crying. Duan Lingtian was a little speechless. He was wronged, but he didn't feel wronged. Why was this little girl feeling wronged? Those who didn't know would really think that he was bullying her. Tian'er, did you bully Fei? Li Ro also walked out of the kitchen, looked at Duan Lingtian and frowned. I didn't. Duan Lingtian was helpless. All right, I won't argue with you. Stop crying. In the end, Duan Lingtian still chose to compromise. Sop, you're a bully. But Li Fei's tears fell like rain, and she didn't have any intention of stopping. If you continue to cry, just wait for something to happen to your grandfather. Duan Lingtian saw that the soft approach didn't work, so he directly used the hard approach. This method was indeed effective. Following Duan Lingtian's words, Li Fei's crying stopped abruptly. What did you say? You said something will happen to my grandfather? Li Fei's voice started to tremble. When she was very young, her parents met with an accident, so she had always been with her grandfather. And in her heart, her grandfather was more important than herself. I sensed a trace of evil aura in the spirit weapon that he refined. If I didn't guess wrongly, your grandfather should have used unorthodox methods to forcefully raise the grade of the weapon fire. In the long run, the root of the disaster has long been deeply planted. Duan Lingtian slowly said. At this moment he was like an experienced weapon refiner, and his words were reasonable. Then what should we do? Li Fei's pretty face was pale, and she was extremely anxious. It's not that there's no way. Let him temporarily not raise the grade of the weapon fire. Otherwise he won't live for more than 3 months. Duan Lingtian's tone was calm. All right, you go and remind your grandfather. Ke and I will wait for you outside the North City Gate. Prepare your own horse. After saying goodbye to Li Fei, he returned to his room. After Li Fei left, Duan Lingtian and Ke brought the 2 little pythons and left the house, leaving the Li family mansion. They rode their horses to the North City Gate and waited for Li Fei. Half an hour later, Li Fei finally arrived. Li Fei, who rode her horse, looked valiant and formidable. But her face didn't look good. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. My grandfather said. Li Fei couldn't say it out loud. He didn't believe me and even said that I'm just a kid. What can I know, right? Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised at all. Li Fei nodded lightly. Then there's nothing I can do. Duan Lingtian spread out his hands, indicating that he wanted to help but was powerless. My grandfather promised me that before we go back, he won't try to raise the weapon fire and break through to the 8th grade weapon refiner. When we go back you can go and see my grandfather, okay? Li Fei had a pleading look on her face as she spoke. What, do you believe me now? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Li Fei and asked. Li Fei hurriedly nodded. All right, I'll promise you. Duan Lingtian nodded. Soon after, he took the 2 beautiful girls and headed straight for the dense fog forest. When they arrived at the fog forest, Li Fei's mood also recovered a lot. But she was a little less lively than before. After all, her grandfather's matter had already become a knot in her heart. Young master, how should we find Little White and Little Black's father? After entering the fog forest, Ke asked. I don't know either. Let's first go to the black python's nest that we went to last time. Maybe we can meet the snow python. Duan Lingtian said. You mean, Little White and Little Black are the snow python's children? Li Fei was a little surprised. That's our current guess. Duan Lingtian nodded. Soon Duan Lingtian and the other 2 arrived at the black python's nest. Now, outside the black python's nest, there were only pools of dried blood. The black python's body and the bodies of the young boys and girls were gone. They were probably eaten by fierce beasts. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the 2 little pythons coiled around Duan Lingtian and Ke's wrists suddenly became restless and flew out. They went straight into the depths of the fog forest. Let's follow. Duan Lingtian brought along Ke and Li Fei and followed. Duan Lingtian guessed that the 2 little pythons might have sensed their father. This is already the inner area. If we go any deeper, there will be many powerful fierce beasts. Li Fei reminded. I know. Let's go from the tree. Duan Lingtian brought the 2 girls and climbed up a large tree at the side. Using the dense branches of the large tree as a path, they followed the 2 little pythons forward. Although there was no lack of bird-type fierce beasts on the large tree, in the end, the number of bird-type fierce beasts was less than the number of beasts on the ground. Overall, it was safer on the tree. Roar! Suddenly, a beast roar sounded out. An enormous fierce beast blocked the path of the 2 little pythons that were walking on the ground. It glared at the 2 little things like a tiger watching its prey. Its sharp fangs flickered with a strange luster. Not good. Seeing this enormous creature, Duan Lingtian's face went pale. It's the fierce beast insolent tiger. Its strength is comparable to a 4th-level core formation martial artist. Li Fei's face went slightly pale. Little white, little black. Chapter 64. Hiss hiss. The sharp eyes of the 2 little pythons flickered with a fierce light as they stared at the enormous creature before them. Their tongues flickered rapidly like lightning. Roar. Suddenly, the ferocious tiger let out a low roar before crashing down and prostrating on the ground. Its enormous body was actually slightly trembling right now, as if it was submitting and kowtowing. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 little pythons didn't pay attention to the tiger and continued on their way. They transformed into 2 black and white bolts of lightning and vanished ahead. Let's go. Duan Lingtian suppressed his shocked feelings and hurriedly followed. Li Fei and Kerr had shocked expressions as well. In front of the tiger, the 2 incomparably tiny little fellows were actually able to make the tiger submit. It was truly inconceivable. Duan Lingtian guessed some of the reasons. If the 2 little pythons were really the children of the snow python, then they would surely have the aura of the snow python. As a ferocious beast comparable to a nascent soul stage expert, the snow python was surely a leader-level existence within the misty forest. It was easy for it to intimidate all beasts. And the little pythons had the aura of the snow python, so the tiger naturally didn't dare to act rashly. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 had pretty good luck. They didn't encounter any terrifying flying beasts all the way from the large tree. Although the 2 little pythons encountered some land-type ferocious beasts, they were all scared but not in danger. The aura of the snow python on their bodies intimidated those ferocious beasts. Everywhere they passed, all beasts would submit. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, Duan Lingtian wouldn't dare believe that all this was real. Finally, under the lead of the little pythons, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 entered the deepest part of the misty forest. Bang! Suddenly a loud bang sounded from afar, causing the earth to quake and the mountains to shake. The large tree beneath Duan Lingtian's group of 3 slightly trembled, and they stabilized their bodies with great difficulty. They continued forward. The scene before them suddenly became clear. A shocking scene appeared in front of the 3 of them. In front of them was a spacious open space. An enormous python that was 20 to 30 meters long and completely white was fighting with a gray-robed old man. The giant python's body was mottled with blood. It was obvious that it had suffered significant injuries. The old man was also in a sorry state, and his aura was chaotic. Whoosh! The old man's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand. The 3-foot-long blade flickered with a dazzling luster. In an instant, a wisp of white condensed swordlight accompanied by a swing of the 3-foot-long sword broke through the air and headed straight for the giant python. At the same time, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled above the old man as thick white mist condensed into form, transforming into numerous dense ancient mammoth silhouettes. There were at least a few hundred of them. Whoosh! The giant python's tail swept out like a bolt of white lightning. It was filled with a layer of white fog-like power, and it collided with the sword light. Another few hundred silhouettes of ancient mammoths appeared above the python's head, causing the power of wind and thunder. Boom! The sword radiance dispersed, and the white mist fell. The man and the python were evenly matched. Release of origin energy. Nascent soul expert. Li Fei's face was dripping with sweat, and her breathing was slightly hurried. Only nascent soul realm powerhouses could release their essence energy externally. Not good. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and his face went pale as he flew down. Spirit serpent movement technique. He caught up to the 2 little pythons that didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth in time, and caught them before they charged into the battle between the man and the python. Hiss hiss, the eyes of the 2 little pythons were filled with anxiousness. Little fellows, I know you're worried, but if you go in, you'll only distract your father. Although he didn't know if the little pythons could understand, Duan Lingtian still explained. Hiss hiss, the 2 little pythons were restless and uneasy as they looked at the man and python fighting in the distance. Meanwhile, Kerr and Li Fei came down as well. They arrived beside Duan Lingtian and hid behind a large tree together. Snow python, instead of hibernating properly, You came out and killed 6 Origin Core Stage disciples of my He clan, causing my He clan's vitality to be greatly damaged. Today I, He Zudao, will surely kill you and use your blood as a sacrifice to the souls of my He clan disciples. The gray-robed old man's sword flashed like lightning as he battled with the snow python, and his voice was cold and indifferent. He Zudao. Li Fei exclaimed in a low voice as a trace of cold light flashed within her eyes. You know him? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. I heard my grandfather mention him before. He's the supreme elder of Aqua Mist City's He clan, a terrifying nascent soul stage powerhouse. I never imagined that for the sake of taking revenge for the He clan disciples, he would actually personally make a move. Li Fei's tone became slightly hurried. Aqua Mist City's He clan? Only now did Duan Lingtian recall the news that spread around a while ago. The Origin Core Stage martial artists that were killed by the snow python seemed to be members of Aqua Mist City's He clan. Bang! 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 The battle continued. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 were dazzled by the scene. He Zudao and the snow python's speed was truly too swift. Looks like I must pay a price to kill you today. It can be considered your fortune to be able to die under this inscription. He Zudao's voice was cold and indifferent, yet contained boundless confidence. Whoosh! He directly flashed towards the snow python and met the snow python's bloody mouth head-on. Die! He Zudao's voice was cold as ice, and the 3-foot-long blade in his hand suddenly lit up with a layer of blood light as it flew out and entered the snow python's bloody mouth. Not good. Duan Lingtian's face went ghastly pale. He recognized the inscription on He Zudao's spirit weapon longsword. Bang! An enormous sound echoed out as a blood light blossomed under the snow python's head. A terrifying force was spreading towards every part of the snow python's body. Strands of blood light shot out from every part of the snow python's body, causing it to be in extreme pain and go completely berserk. This was also its final struggle before death. Whoosh! 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 The berserk snow python's tail swept out randomly, smashing onto He Zudao's body one after another, causing him to fall to the ground. The python's tail swung down again and again, causing the origin energy on He Zudao's body to be completely dispersed. His aura was weak and he was on the verge of death. Only when the snow python's enormous body crashed onto the ground did the heavily injured He Zudao reveal a smile of surviving a calamity. He had succeeded. Heavily injured in exchange for the snow python's death, it was worth it. As long as he could catch his breath, he could take out a grade 7 gold injury pill and consume it to recover from his injuries. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment the snow python's body landed on the ground, the 2 little pythons broke free from Duan Lingtian's control and flew towards the snow python. Hiss hiss, they arrived in front of the snow python's head and looked at it, their eyes filled with tears. The snow python's cold and emotionless eyes completely melted after the appearance of the 2 little pythons. It turned into traces of doting. It no longer had any regrets as it was able to see its children before it died. We will take good care of them. At this moment, Kerr and Li Fei also arrived in front of the snow python. Kerr held the little white snake in her hand and said gently to the snow python. A trace of gratitude appeared in the snow python's eyes, but it gradually dimmed. Hiss hiss, tears flickered in the eyes of the 2 little pythons, and they gradually became moist. In the distance, the heavily injured He Zudao heard the sound and his expression changed. At this moment, he was so weak that even an ordinary person could kill him, in next to no time. He saw a violet-clothed youth arrive in front of him. His gaze descended onto the Li family emblem on the youth's chest. You're a member of the Li family of Aurora City? I'm good friends with your Li family's supreme elder Li Qiu. Quickly give me the medicinal pill in my hand to consume. I'll properly reward you. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. He Zudao's tone became slightly hurried, as if he was deeply afraid that the youth would make a move against him. Now he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. Duan Lingtian lowered his head to take a look. A jade-green medicinal pill appeared out of thin air in He Zudao's palm. His eyes suddenly lit up. It wasn't that he was surprised by the medicinal pill. Although a grade 7 gold injury pill was precious, he had inherited the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu after all, so he didn't take a grade 7 gold injury pill seriously. His attention descended onto the simple and unadorned ring on He Zudao's hand. He was able to discern that this was a spatial ring. A spatial ring was different from ordinary rings and rings. It was a type of miraculous ring that contained a cave within it. It was able to store 100 things and was extremely convenient. In Cloud Continent, only weapons craftsmen at grade 7 or above had the ability to refine a spatial ring. Even the Li clan's patriarch Li Ao didn't have a spatial ring. Perhaps only the Li clan's ancestor had one. Squatting down, Duan Lingtian held the grade 7 gold injury pill in his hand. Quick, quick, give me to consume. He Zudao's eyes flickered with a bright light of anticipation. If I give you this medicinal pill, are you willing to remove the ownership of your spatial ring and give it to me? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he asked. Once a spatial ring was owned by someone, only the owner could open it. Unless the owner took the initiative to remove the ownership, or the owner died, no one else was able to open the spatial ring. Instantly, He Zudao's pupils constricted. The most precious thing in his possession was undoubtedly the spatial ring. His breathing became slightly hurried as killing intent flashed within his eyes. In the end, he tried his best to calm down the excitement in his heart. I'll give. He Zudao agreed. Who was Duan Lingtian? As a man who walked out of hell, how could he not notice the killing intent that flashed within He Zudao's eyes? Duan Lingtian sneered in his heart as he placed his hand on his waist and touched the hilt of the violet meteorite flexible sword. Just when he was about to kill He Zudao and seize the spatial ring. Don't believe him. Li Fei walked over. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He Zudao's words can't be trusted. 60 years ago, for the sake of a spirit weapon, he didn't hesitate to kill his companions who were adventuring with him. Li Fei said, Who are you? He Zudao's pupils constricted. This secret was something only he knew in the world. You may not know, but one of the people you killed back then wrote a letter in his blood before he died and hid it in his underwear. That person was my grandfather's father. I'm sure you'll never forget him in your lifetime. Li Fei's eyes revealed a deep hatred. Li Hua. Glancing at the Li family emblem on Li Fei's clothes, He Zudao's breathing became hurried. Looks like you've guessed it. Li Fei sneered. So you killed my future wife's great-grandfather. You can only blame yourself for being unlucky. Duan Lingtian's devilish smile hung on his face. This was a good opportunity to push the boat with the current. Whoosh! Chapter 65. Pucci. The purple meteorite flexible sword fell and blood splattered everywhere. Li Fei's face turned pale. Although she had killed many wild beasts in the misty forest, she had never killed a person. Now that a living person had died in front of her, she only felt a wave of disgust and ran to the side to vomit. Putting away the purple meteorite flexible sword, Duan Lingtian reached out and took He Zudao's storage ring. He bit his index finger and dripped blood on it to claim ownership. Chi. A feeling of blood connection came in Duan Lingtian's face couldn't help but reveal a smile. It contained the lifetime memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian used the storage ring as if it was his own arm. Damn, so small. When his thoughts reached into the storage ring and saw a mere 1 cubic meter of space, he was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but curse. In any case, he's the He clan's grand elder, but he actually used the lowest grade storage ring. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he looked at He Zudao's corpse with disdain. He could imagine that if He Zudao was still alive, he would definitely be angered to the point of vomiting blood. He snatched someone else's things and still had a look of disdain. Forget it, I'll just make do with it. Duan Lingtian didn't wear the storage ring on his finger, but kept it in his bosom. What a joke, this thing can't be seen in the light now. Only when he stepped into the core formation stage and became a weapon refiner would he dare to take it out in the light of day by modifying the surface of the storage ring. How is this the He clan's grand elder? He's simply a pauper. Other than a few 7th grade gold injury pills and a few cultivation techniques, there's only 100+ silver pieces. Looking at the contents of the storage ring, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ridicule. Duan Lingtian didn't know. As the He clan's grand elder, He Zudao's status was extraordinary. If he needed money, the He clan would use all of its resources to satisfy his request. Therefore, he didn't need to bring any money with him. His face represented a huge amount of wealth. Next, it was time to destroy the corpse. Duan Lingtian lit a fire and directly burned He Zudao's corpse. Where is the nest of the snow python? After searching for a long time, Duan Lingtian still couldn't find the snow python's nest. His treasure hunting plan had completely failed. Damn that He Zudao, not only is he poor, he even destroyed the snow python's body. Blood explosion inscription, he really can do that. Looking at the snow python's defeated body, Duan Lingtian felt his heart ache. As the king of the ferocious beasts, the snow python's body was full of treasures. Now they were all destroyed by He Zudao. At this time, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. On the snow python's corpse, a white ball that flickered with a faint luster floated up. Inner core? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened. He did not expect that the snow python's inner core was not damaged at all. Just as he was about to take a step forward to retrieve the inner core, the smile on his face completely froze. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two little pythons flew out and quickly devoured the snow python's inner core. Forget it, even if I take this inner core, I won't be able to use it for the time being. I might as well help them. Duan Lingtian quickly got over it. Humans were unable to directly consume the inner core of a ferocious beast. Once consumed, the best outcome would be chi deviation, and the worst outcome would be death from the explosion of the body. Humans could only use the inner core of a ferocious beast as a catalyst and combine it with other precious herbs to refine a medicinal pill before consuming it. The inner core of a ferocious beast like the snow python, which was comparable to a nascent soul stage expert, required at least a grade 7 alchemist to refine grade 7 alchemist. To Duan Lingtian, it was quite a distance away. After burning the snow python's corpse, Duan Lingtian brought Ker and Li Fei out of the misty forest. On the way back, that storage ring. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile. Don't have any ideas about the storage ring, it's mine. Duan Lingtian glared at her. I'm not your match, so it's useless to have any ideas about it. I'm just curious. If someone knew that you had a storage ring, what would happen? Li Fei's charming eyes flickered with a faint smile. You're threatening me? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed and a trace of a smirk appeared on the corners of his mouth. An ominous premonition arose in Li Fei's heart. As expected. Alas, looks like someone doesn't want me to treat her grandfather's illness. Forget it, I'll save my energy. Duan Lingtian mischievously smiled. You scoundrel. You clearly promised me. Li Fei's charming face went pale as she said angrily. Did I promise? Why didn't I know? Ker, did I promise her? Duan Lingtian looked at Ker and asked with a smile. At this time, Ker was taking care of the two little pythons that had fallen into a deep sleep after swallowing the snow python's inner core. A pair of beautiful autumn eyes revealed a motherly radiance. Young master, I didn't hear anything. Ker naturally stood on Duan Lingtian's side. You're all bullying me. Li Fei's eyes reddened as if tears were about to fall again. All right, as long as you help me keep this matter a secret, I'll definitely return you a healthy grandfather. Not only that, I can also make him not leave any sequelae and smoothly become an 8th grade weapon refiner. Duan Lingtian compromised. Scoundrel! Li Fei laughed through her tears. Right, since your grandfather knew that He Zudao killed his father, why didn't he make the bloodletter public and let everyone see He Zudao's true face? Duan Lingtian asked the question in his heart. Do you think my grandfather didn't want to? But when my grandfather found the bloodletter, He Zudao was already the Grand Elder of the He clan in Aqua Mist City. His status was extraordinary. Even if it was made public, the Li family wouldn't offend the Grand Elder of the He clan for a child that had died many years ago. Moreover, my grandfather was worried that after the bloodletter was made public, He Zudao would fly into a rage out of humiliation and even crazily take revenge. At that time, my grandmother just happened to be pregnant with my father. So my grandfather chose to endure silently. This matter gradually became a knot in his heart. Li Fei sighed. Now the knot in your grandfather's heart can be untied. I, this future grandson-in-law, will help him take revenge. Duan Lingtian laughed. Who wants to marry you? Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian, a trace of redness appearing on her enchanting and beautiful face. Deeply afraid of being discovered by Duan Lingtian, she hurriedly turned her head away. As the sun set in the west, The outline of Aurora City finally appeared before the eyes of the three people. Duan Lingtian and the two girls directly returned to the Li family's mansion. After letting Kerr bring the two little pythons home first, he followed Li Fei to Li Fei's house. "Fei, you're back?" In the spacious courtyard stood an old man who was over 70 years old. The old man's figure was thin, as if he would fall in the wind. "Grandfather, I have good news to tell you." Li Fei walked into the courtyard and held the old man's hand with a smile on her face. "What good news?" The old man had a doting expression as he asked with a smile. "Grandfather, He Zudao is dead." Li Fei put her mouth close to the old man's ear and said softly. Instantly, the old man's body shook as if he was struck by lightning, and his breathing became hurried. "Fei, you can't joke about this." The old man took a deep breath and said slowly, although he knew that his granddaughter had never lied. But what his granddaughter was saying now was too inconceivable. "Grandfather, He Zudao was killed by him. If you don't believe me, you can ask him." Seeing that the old man did not believe her, Li Fei panicked and hurriedly looked at Duan Lingtian with a pleading expression. "You're Duan Lingtian?" The old man's turbid eyes suddenly flashed and fell on Duan Lingtian, as if he wanted to see through him. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian stood there, unmoved and unmoving like a mountain. "Not bad, you live up to your reputation. I now believe that you have the ability to defeat Li Qing." The old man nodded. "Grandfather." Duan Lingtian greeted the old man. Instantly, the old man was stunned. Li Fei's cheeks were flushed red, and she glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian. "Ha ha ha ha." Seeing his granddaughter's expression, the old man seemed to understand something and laughed. "Grandfather, it's not what you think," Li Fei hurriedly explained. "Fei, there's no need to be shy. Men and women should get married when they're of age. Moreover, I think this little fellow isn't bad and has the qualifications to be my grandson-in-law. Although he likes to boast sometimes, these are all small problems and are nothing." As the old man finished speaking, he seemed to be implying something. "Grandfather, you'll soon know whether I'm boasting or not. I'll testify for little Fei now. Your father's murderer, He Zudao, is indeed dead. He was killed by me with a single sword strike. This spatial ring is the best proof." As he spoke, Duan Lingtian withdrew the spatial ring from his pocket and passed it to the old man. The old man received it with trembling hands and sized it up. Yes, this is He Zudao's spatial ring. What actually happened?" The old man became agitated again and asked after returning the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian briefly told the old man the ins and outs of the matter. "Snow python? Haha, the heavens have eyes, the heavens have eyes." The old man laughed loudly, laughing to his heart's content. The knot in his heart for many years was finally untied. For a moment, his face was flushed red, as if he was 10 years younger. "Lingtian kid, thank you." The old man caught his breath and sincerely said to Duan Lingtian, "We're all family, grandfather, you don't have to be so courteous. If I'm not wrong, grandfather, besides feeling the burning sensation of your origin energy and having difficulty sleeping, when you're refining, you're often uneasy and even feel powerless, right?" Duan Lingtian's expression turned serious as he asked, "Lingtian kid, you're really able to see the hidden injuries I left behind from forcefully raising the grade of my artifact flame through the spirit weapons I refined?" The old man took a deep breath and asked in disbelief. "Of course, not only can I see these hidden injuries, I can also help grandfather treat them. But I have to step into the core formation stage first." Duan Lingtian continued. "Why?" The old man was puzzled. "Because only when I step into the core formation stage will I be able to use my origin energy to condense artifact flame and refine a medicinal pill that can help grandfather treat your hidden injuries." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. "Lingtian kid, even if you have talent in alchemy, it's still not that easy to become an alchemist." The old man laughed bitterly, feeling that Duan Lingtian was biting off more than he could chew. "Grandfather, you won't believe me no matter what I say now. In at most 2 months you'll know if what I say is true or false." Chapter 66. Then I'll wait and see. The old man looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. "However, in the next 2 months, I hope grandfather won't refine any more weapons. Otherwise, once the weapon fire goes out of control, even I won't be able to do anything." Duan Lingtian's face was heavy. Sure, I'll give you 2 months. The old man nodded and agreed. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, bid farewell and left. Feier, do you think what he said is believable? The old man asked his granddaughter beside him. Grandfather, I always feel that he's very mysterious. I believe him. Li Fei lightly bit her white teeth, her autumn eyes flowing with light. Feier, this is the first time I've seen you trust an outsider so much. Looks like between you and him, it's not just his wishful thinking. Tell grandfather, when did you fall in love with him? The old man smiled. Grandfather, I'm ignoring you. Li Fei was so embarrassed that her face flushed red, and she directly returned to her room. This Duan Lingtian is indeed not bad. He even saved Feier's life. Perhaps. The smile on the old man's face disappeared, and he slightly muttered, as if he was thinking about something. In a quiet room, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed, took out an origin-gathering pill and consumed it. He started to cultivate 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Raging Python form. The medicinal strength of the origin-gathering pill transformed into a warm current, flowing into Duan Lingtian's body. Duan Lingtian used the Raging Python form to guide this warm current, circulating it throughout his body, trying his best to nurture origin energy. Even with the origin-gathering pill, the nurturing of origin energy wasn't something that could be completed overnight. Until deep into the night, Duan Lingtian still didn't have any obvious improvement. Duan Lingtian understood that the increase in cultivation wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. So, very quickly, he stopped cultivating and fell asleep. He slept all the way until daybreak. The following days were very peaceful. Life was rhythmic and carried out according to plan. Every morning Duan Lingtian would cultivate his movement technique, Spirit Serpent movement technique, in his courtyard. In the afternoon, he used the 350-year-old Blood Lingji to improve his defensive martial skill Greater Teleportation. At night, he consumed the Vitality Gathering Pill, and cultivated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique to nurture his origin energy. Movement Technique Spirit Serpent movement technique. When he saved Li Fei last time, he had already broken through the shackles and stepped into the realm of great success. Now, once he used his full strength, Duan Lingtian's speed was frighteningly fast. However, he was still a distance away from the perfection stage. Defensive martial skill Greater Teleportation. With the assistance of the medicinal liquid concocted from the 350-year-old Blood Lingji mushroom, his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Duan Lingtian was confident. Within 2 months, his greater shifting had reached greater mastery. As for cultivation, with the passage of time, relying on Emperor Wu's rich experience, Duan Lingtian had already begun to sense the essence of elemental energy. He believed that it would not take long before he could successfully nurture elemental energy. Time flew by like a white steed. 1 month later. Early morning. Young master, I broke through. A young girl in light green clothes walked out of her room and lightly smiled as she spoke to the youth in the courtyard. The youth was cultivating his movement technique. Hearing this, he stopped and stood there. The origin energy flickering on the young girl's hands caused the youth to be stunned. The young girl's natural talent once again shocked him. Kerr, from today onwards, you can officially cultivate the sword skills recorded in the Han Bing's God Sword technique. Kerr's breakthrough was somewhat out of Duan Lingtian's expectations. Duan Lingtian was also happy for her. According to what Kerr said, she only consumed 7 vitality gathering pills to complete her breakthrough. According to the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu, in terms of natural talent, even in the entire Cloud continent, Kerr's current speed of breaking through to the core formation stage was one of the top existences. Up until now, Duan Lingtian had already consumed 9 vitality gathering pills, and was only half a step into the core formation stage. He still lacked a turning point before he could complete his final breakthrough. Of course, it couldn't be determined that Duan Lingtian's natural talent was inferior to Kerr's. After all, the cultivation methods they cultivated were different. Even though Kerr had broken through to the first level of the core formation stage, in terms of strength, she wasn't much different from an ordinary first-level core formation stage martial artist. She was far inferior to the current Duan Lingtian. Afternoon. All the beauties in the family went out to buy groceries, leaving only Duan Lingtian behind. He also received an unexpected guest. The guest claimed to be a member of the Shao clan and delivered an invitation. The invitation looked extremely domineering. On the cover was a lifelike five-clawed divine dragon made of silver threads. Duan Lingtian had just opened the invitation and didn't even have the time to look at it. Looks like you've received a hidden dragon invitation as well. A young girl in light purple clothes with a devilish figure and an angelic face slowly walked into the courtyard. Little Fei, what's a hidden dragon invitation? Duan Lingtian looked at the young girl with a bewildered expression. Every year, Aurora City holds a gathering that belongs to the young geniuses of the various clans of Aurora City. As long as the youths of the three great clans of Aurora City obtain the top 5 positions in the clan martial meet, they will be able to obtain the qualifications to participate in the gathering. The other clans will also have young geniuses participate, but these clans only have a single spot. This gathering is hosted by the 3 great clans of Aurora City in turn. This year it's the Shao clan's turn to host. Li Fei explained. What's the purpose of this gathering? Duan Lingtian asked. It's for the new ranking of the Hidden Dragon list. Li Fei lightly smiled as a trace of passion flashed within her clear eyes. Hidden Dragon list? Duan Lingtian was stunned. In his impression, he seemed to have heard someone mention this Hidden Dragon list a few months after he arrived at the Li clan. But he didn't have a deep understanding of it. He didn't know what this Hidden Dragon list was. The Hidden Dragon list is a ranking of the strength of the youths of Aurora City, and it's extremely valuable. The people ranked on the rankings are all the most outstanding young geniuses in Aurora City. For example, our Li clan's Li Feng, who was ranked first in the clan martial meet last year, was the young genius ranked third in the last Hidden Dragon ranking. This time, the Shao clan has issued the Hidden Dragon invitation, which also means that the Hidden Dragon list will be re-ranked. During the gathering, the young geniuses of Aurora City will gather together to interact and learn from each other. Finally, the new ranking of the Hidden Dragon list will be listed based on each person's strength. Li Fei explained. Duan Lingtian nodded as he finally understood. He opened the Hidden Dragon invitation and took a look. The day of the gathering was in 3 days. Location: Shao Clan Estate, Star Observation Platform. Boring. Yawning, Duan Lingtian casually threw the Hidden Dragon invitation to the side. What are you doing? Li Fei was stupefied. After all, many people fought to the death for a Hidden Dragon invitation, but didn't have the qualifications to obtain one. This fellow, on the other hand, directly threw the Hidden Dragon invitation to the side like trash. Disdainful. Right, you said earlier that our Li clan only has 5 Hidden Dragon invitations? Suddenly, seeming to have thought of something, Duan Lingtian asked Li Fei. Yeah. Not everyone is able to receive a Hidden Dragon invitation. Li Fei's tone was slightly complacent, with an expression that said, you don't know what's good for you? So you're saying that every Hidden Dragon invitation has an extraordinary value? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Of course. Almost everyone in the younger generation of Aurora City wants to participate in the gathering of young geniuses every year. But because the threshold for the Hidden Dragon invitation is too high, they can only be refused entry. After all, so long as they're able to participate in this gathering of young geniuses, even if they're unable to be ranked on the Hidden Dragon list in the end, they'll still be able to see the graceful bearing of the young geniuses from all over the world. Perhaps they'll even be able to benefit from it and allow their own cultivation to break through. Li Fei had an expression as if it was a matter of course. In next to no time, she saw Duan Lingtian pick up the Hidden Dragon invitation once again. She naturally thought that. After hearing what she said, Duan Lingtian also started to treat this time's Hidden Dragon ranking gathering seriously. Who knew? From what you've said, this Hidden Dragon invitation should be very valuable. Looks like I can consider privately holding a small auction and sell this Hidden Dragon invitation. Maybe I can even get some money to spend. Yes, let's do that. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he muttered to himself, Could it be that you don't want to be ranked on the Hidden Dragon ranking at all? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Li Fei was angered to the point that her breathing became slightly hurried. As far as she was concerned, including herself, so long as it was a young genius in Aurora City, who didn't want to be ranked on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Once one's name was ranked on the Hidden Dragon ranking, it would be an extremely great honor. Even to the extent that one's name would spread throughout Aurora City. allowing future generations to look up to it. This Duan Lingtian, however, seemed to be disdainful of this. It's only an empty reputation, I'm not interested. Duan Lingtian shook his head, not caring in the slightest. In his previous life as Earth's strongest weapon specialist and Xingyi martial grandmaster, there were countless halos of glory above his head. He had long since become indifferent to these empty reputations. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Li Fei's gaze was complicated. What kind of man was this? He wasn't old, but he seemed to be filled with endless vicissitudes. Oh right, I almost forgot. Little Fei, is there any reward for being ranked on the Hidden Dragon ranking? For example, if you're ranked first, what kind of precious medicinal herbs, gold, silver, and jewelry can you get? Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something as he hurriedly asked. Li Fei's serious expression was instantly defeated by Duan Lingtian. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course there is. As long as you're ranked in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking, you'll be able to obtain the corresponding reward. These rewards are all taken out by the 3 great clans of Aurora City. They're even better than the rewards from the last clan martial gathering. Li Fei said again. Why didn't you say so earlier? Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei with a slightly reproachful gaze, then put away the Hidden Dragon invitation as if he had received a treasure. You didn't ask. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. Looks like little Fei doesn't understand your future husband well enough. Yes, we should interact more. Come, let's go to my room and have a chat. Duan Lingtian greedily sized up Li Fei's hot body as he said with a smile. Scoundrel! You're the one with the thickest skin. Li Fei was so embarrassed that she turned around and walked away. 3 days later I'll come find you. Let's go to the Shao clan estate together. After leaving, she left behind another sentence. This little girl is really becoming more and more attractive. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and the heat in his lower abdomen eased up a little. Chapter 67. 3 days later, Li Fei arrived as scheduled. After informing Ke and his mother, Li Ro, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei left the Li family mansion together. The Shao family mansion was located outside the southern part of Aurora City, adjacent to the mountains. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei showed the Hidden Dragon invitation and entered the Shao family mansion. Under the lead of a Shao family disciple, they ascended the stargazing platform. The stargazing platform was located halfway up the mountain and occupied a vast area. Here, besides the pavilion for resting, there were also many weapon racks. On the weapon racks there were all kinds of weapons. When Duan Lingtian and Li Fei arrived, there were already a few youths scattered around. The arrival of the two attracted the attention of everyone. Of course, the gazes of these youths all fell on Li Fei. Li Fei, with her hot figure, was undoubtedly a great temptation to these youths who had just awakened to love. Humph! A bunch of little brats. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Ignoring the murderous gazes around him, he stretched out his hand and tyrannically grabbed Li Fei's soft, jade-like hand. It was as if he was demonstrating to the surrounding youth, "Open your eyes wide and look. This is my woman." Li Fei was suddenly attacked by Duan Lingtian. Her devilish figure imperceptibly trembled, and a slight flush appeared on her angelic face. "Let go of me," Li Fei said in a voice that was almost as soft as a mosquito. "I won't let go, so that these little brats won't keep staring at my future wife." Duan Lingtian was very insistent. "Scoundrel!" After struggling for a while and being unable to break free from Duan Lingtian, Li Fei was slightly angry. "I'm only a scoundrel towards you. I don't care about other women." Duan Lingtian was very straightforward. "Really?" Li Fei was somewhat in disbelief. "Even pearls aren't so real." Duan Lingtian grinned. "Where's Ke?" Li Fei's eyes narrowed slightly as she laughed mockingly. "Ke is different. She's an exception." Duan Lingtian grunted, and his tone was filled with overbearingness. 9th level of the body tempering stage? Envious and jealous gazes fell on Duan Lingtian. The youths present quickly saw through Duan Lingtian's cultivation. Those who were able to stand here today were all genius martial artists at the core condensation realm or above. The sudden appearance of a body-tempering realm cultivator attracted everyone's attention. Most importantly, this body-tempering stage martial artist was actually holding the hand of one of the 3 great beauties of Aurora City, the Li clan's Li Fei. Some of the youths were unwilling to accept this outcome. In their opinion, what right does a 9th-level body-tempering fellow have to possess Li Fei? The gathering of Aurora City's young geniuses is really getting worse year by year. A pretty boy who doesn't even have the qualifications to obtain a hidden dragon invitation can actually rely on a woman to sneak in. A slightly burly young man sneered. His voice wasn't soft and broke the short silence on the star observation platform. Pretty boy. Little Fei, am I really that handsome? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he asked the young girl beside him. Hey, he's insulting you. Li Fei blushed at Duan Lingtian's thick skin. Kid, you're jealous, right? You have to know that being a pretty boy isn't so easy. Just like you, with such a dumb head and such a dark face, it'll probably be difficult for you to find a wife in the future. Duan Lingtian looked at the sturdy youth and lightly smiled. Instantly, the other youths looked at the sturdy youth with strange expressions and felt some pity for him. He had just insulted him as a pretty boy, and now he was retaliated, saying that he was inferior to a pretty boy. Kid, I want to challenge you. The sturdy youth flew into a rage and walked towards Duan Lingtian in large strides with a menacing aura. Humph! Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded from afar. Very quickly, 3 youths walked over in large strides. The one who spoke was the cold youth in the lead. The youth was around 18 years old. His face was cold and stern, and his pair of sharp eyes were filled with arrogance and unruliness. Child you. The sturdy youth's expression changed, like a mouse seeing a cat, and he retreated in fear. Child you. At this moment, the other youths hurriedly greeted the cold youth. Their words were filled with respect. The cold youth didn't pay attention to them and walked towards Li Fei and Duan Lingtian. Just when everyone thought that the cold youth was going to greet Li Fei, an inconceivable scene appeared. You're Duan Lingtian? I'm very interested in you. The cold youth's gaze fell on Duan Lingtian, who was beside Li Fei, and his sharp eyes flashed, filled with battle intent. Sorry, I'm not interested in you. My orientation is very normal. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he held Li Fei's jade hand and raised it up, grinning. Li Fei's face flushed red. She wanted to struggle free, but she noticed that Duan Lingtian's hand was like an iron clamp. My orientation is very normal as well. Li Fei, one of the 3 great beauties of Aurora City. Your reputation is well deserved. The cold youth's mouth slightly trembled, and his gaze moved from Duan Lingtian to Li Fei. He nodded and walked towards the innermost pavilion of the star observation platform. That was the resting place of the host. On the star observation platform, the youths looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. This body-tempering stage kid was actually able to make the cold youth think so highly of him. This was beyond their expectations. Who the hell is this kid? 9th level of the body-tempering stage. Could it be that he's the branch family disciple that seized 2nd place in the Li clan's martial meet? Duan Lingtian? It can't be. According to what I know, the Li clan seems to have 5 core formation martial artists in the younger generation. Yeah, with 5 core formation martial artists holding down the fort, how could a 9th level body tempering martial artist seize 2nd place in the clan's martial meet? This is impossible, I don't believe it. I've heard of this news, but I don't believe it either. There's definitely an inside story. I think so too. Child, you was probably deceived, or else he wouldn't look at this kid in a different light. These youths looked at Duan Lingtian with even more disdain. Who is he? He seems to be very arrogant. Duan Lingtian curiously asked Li Fei. Xiao Yu, the young genius that was ranked 2nd in the last hidden dragon list. At that time he was 17 years old. A year has passed, and his strength has long since advanced by leaps and bounds. Rumor has it that he's already at the juncture of breaking through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Li Fei's clear eyes emitted a sense of reverence. So you're saying that a year ago, he was even stronger than our Li clan's Li Feng? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. Yes, at the gathering a year ago, he only used 9 moves to defeat Li Feng. In the end, because of a difference of 1 move, he lost to the Lin clan's Lin Hong, the young genius that was ranked 1st in the last hidden dragon list. At that time, Lin Hong admitted that if he was the same age as Xiao Yu, he would surely be inferior to him. Xiao Yu is also the Xiao clan's martial Dao genius that's hard to come by in 100 years. If nothing unexpected happens, The current hidden dragon list's first place will surely be him. Li Fei slowly said. So you're saying that he's much stronger than Li Qing? Duan Lingtian smiled. Li Qing? They're not on the same level at all. Li Qing participated in the last hidden dragon list ranking competition, but he didn't even have the qualifications to enter the rankings. Li Fei shook her head as she spoke. Needless to say, hearing you praise this Xiaoyu like that, even I'm slightly jealous. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he pretended to be slightly unhappy. I'm only speaking the truth. If you're unwilling to listen, then defeat him. At that time I naturally won't praise him anymore. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. What benefits do I get if I defeat him? Duan Lingtian asked. What bad ideas are you thinking of now? Li Fei said vigilantly. What bad ideas can I have? Looks like you think I can defeat him as well, or else you wouldn't be so guarded against me. Duan Lingtian laughed. Li Fei was slightly speechless when she saw Duan Lingtian taking advantage of the situation. Li Qing is here. Li Qing won the honor of first place in the Li clan's martial meet 1 month ago. He's the fully deserving number 1 in the Li clan's younger generation. Supposedly, his cultivation has already stepped into the second level of the core formation stage. Second level of the core formation stage? Isn't that the same as Childew? Even if they're both at the second level of the core formation stage, there's still a difference. Childew cultivated 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills. His offensive martial skill was cultivated to the perfection stage, and his defensive martial skill and movement technique were cultivated to the mastery stage. Exactly, Li Qing just stepped into the second level of the core formation stage, whereas Childew broke through half a year ago. 1 year ago, Childew ascended to second place on the hidden dragon list, whereas Li Qing didn't even have the qualifications to be on the list. The difference between the two of them is like heaven and earth. The white-clothed youth who came alone naturally heard the discussions of the crowd on the star observation platform. His expression gradually became gloomy. Xiaoyu. His gaze descended onto the cold figure within the innermost pergola of the star observation platform. Unfortunately, since he appeared until now, the other party hadn't even glanced at him. Li Qing's gaze was slightly cold. He'd set a clear goal for himself this time. Defeat Xiaoyu and ascend to first place on the hidden dragon list. Xiaoyu, I'll let you be proud for now. I'll definitely defeat you. Definitely. Li Qing's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Suddenly he seemed to have noticed something. Li Qing's gaze descended onto the youth and young girl in the distance. The violet-clothed youth and the light violet-clothed young girl standing together looked like a perfect match, as if they were a pair made in heaven. Especially when their hands were held together. Fei Fei. Flames of rage arose within Li Qing's heart. He couldn't endure it any longer and directly walked over. Take your hand away, or else I'll cripple you. Li Qing's icy cold gaze that was filled with killing intent descended onto the violet-clothed youth, as if he was about to swallow him up. I'm curious, how are you going to cripple me? Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently, as if he didn't take Li Qing's threat to heart in the slightest. You're courting death. Li Qing's right hand was suffused with origin energy, and his gaze was ghastly as he wanted to attack Duan Lingtian. Li Qing, I've already told you, it's impossible for me to be with you. Don't waste time on me. Li Fei's expression changed as she berated. Fei Fei, wait until I cripple this trash. Then you'll know who's the man that's worthy of you. Li Qing took a deep breath, and was unable to suppress the flames of rage in his heart. He took a step forward with an imposing aura that shot into the sky. Li Qing. Right at this moment, an extremely cold voice sounded out. It caused Li Qing's figure to stop. Li Qing, if you dare make a move before the gathering starts, I'll ask you to leave, and this year's hidden dragon list will no longer have anything to do with you. Chapter 68. Fine, I'll wait for the gathering to start before I teach this trash a lesson. Li Qing took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed past his eyes. Trash? Duan Lingtian's mouth slightly curved. This Li Qing, did he really think that because he admitted defeat last time it was because he was afraid of him? Last time the patriarch Li Ao intervened. Otherwise he wouldn't have admitted defeat. This time no one can stop him. Let's go sit over there for a while. Glancing at Li Qing with disgust, Li Fei pulled Duan Lingtian's hand as if she was avoiding a fly. They walked into an empty pavilion not far away and sat side by side with Duan Lingtian. Seeing this scene, Li Qing's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Duan Lingtian, today you will definitely die. In Li Qing's heart, he gave Duan Lingtian a death sentence. In his opinion, a branch family disciple and a disciple with a different surname with his respected status in the main family, even if he killed him there wouldn't be any problems. Little Fei that Li Qing can't wait to eat my flesh and drink my blood. It seems that if I want to make you my wife, there is a certain danger to my life. Although there was a distance between them, Duan Lingtian could still feel Li Qing's killing intent. Are you scared? Li Fei playfully blinked her eyes. Scared? Duan Lingtian faintly smiled. As the strongest soldier on earth, he really didn't know what scared was. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei both came early to the genius gathering hosted by the Xiao family. As time passed, more and more people came. Among these people, there were 2 people from the Li family, Li and Li Zhong. Besides the 2 people from the Li family, Duan Lingtian only recognized one person, Lin Qi. Seeing Lin Qi again, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be a little surprised, because he could see that Lin Qi's temperament had changed. Having inherited the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, Duan Lingtian had a unique insight. With a single glance, one could tell that Lin Qi had already entered the core formation stage. Lin Qi and another young man walked side by side. This young man was about 18 years old, and his features were somewhat similar to Lin Qi's. He remembered something he had heard in the past. Duan Lingtian vaguely guessed the identity of this person. Lin Zhua, Lin Qi's brother. He was the #1 youth of the Lin family. While Duan Lingtian was looking at Lin Qi also saw Duan Lingtian. He spoke to the youth beside him and the 2 of them walked over. This scene fell into the eyes of the other young geniuses on the star observation platform. Duan Lingtian. Lin Qi greeted Duan Lingtian. Long time no see. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded his head. This is my brother Lin Zhua. Brother, he's Duan Lingtian. After Lin Qi introduced Lin Zhua to Duan Lingtian, he introduced Duan Lingtian to Lin Zhua. Duan Lingtian, I've heard my brother mention you long ago. Being able to defeat him, who was at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, while only at the 8th level of the body tempering stage. What a surprise. Lin Zhua lightly smiled at Duan Lingtian. I've heard of your name long ago as well, the #1 youth of the Lin family. Nice to meet you. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. Duan Lingtian, I heard that during the Li family's martial meet, you were able to exert the strength of 3 ancient mammoths with a cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Is it true? Lin Qi's eyes flickered as he stared into Duan Lingtian's eyes, as if he wanted to see something from Duan Lingtian's eyes. But he was bound to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian only smiled mysteriously. From the beginning until the end, his eyes were as tranquil as an ancient well, without the slightest change. Little Qi, whether it's true or not will naturally become clear when the gathering begins. Are you still worried that you won't have the chance to see it? Compared to Lin Qi, Lin Zhua was much calmer. Lin Zhua and Lin Qi quickly bid farewell to Duan Lingtian and walked towards another empty pergola. This Duan Lingtian seems to really not be simple. Could it be that the rumors are true? Even Lin Zhua took the initiative to greet him. His face is really big. Yeah, Lin Zhua didn't even pay attention to the #1 youth of the Li family, Li Qing, and directly went to greet Duan Lingtian. Didn't they say that Lin Zhua's younger brother Lin Qi was defeated by Duan Lingtian? Why isn't there the slightest smell of gunpowder when the 2 of them meet? You don't understand. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Who knows, they might already be friends. Makes sense. These young geniuses from the ordinary families of Aurora City whispered in discussion. Humph. Li Qing heard these words and his expression became even gloomier. Li Qing, this is a good opportunity for you. You can seize this opportunity to cripple that Duan Lingtian. Unknowingly, Lian had arrived by Li Qing's side and instigated. What I do isn't up to you to tell me what to do. Fuck off. Li Qing's gaze and voice went cold. Li An's expression froze. He took a deep breath before turning around and leaving. Li An's expression was incomparably unsightly. As one of the leading figures of the Li family's younger generation, He had his own pride. Ever since he started cultivating, Li Zhao had always suppressed him among his peers in the Li family. He had long since been dissatisfied with Li Qing. Now that Li Qing had humiliated him like this, killing intent couldn't help but arise in his heart. Duan Lingtian's sharp senses felt another killing intent. When he raised his head to look, Lian, Duan Lingtian saw Lian leave from Li Qing's side. The killing intent originated from Lian and was directed at Li Qing. This Lian isn't easy to deal with. Duan Lingtian became vigilant in his heart. Although in terms of strength Li Qing surpassed Lian, but in terms of the degree of danger, Li Qing couldn't compare to Lian. For example, if Li Qing was a wild wolf, then Lian was a venomous snake that lay dormant in the dark. The latter was even more terrifying than the former. Suddenly, the star observation platform was in an uproar. Xiaolan has arrived. She's one of the three great beauties of Aurora City along with Li Fei and Lin Yuhuan. Her reputation is well deserved. Cries of surprise rose and fell one after another. The burning gazes of the youths descended onto the young girl that was walking over from afar. The young girl's soft and smooth long hair was like a waterfall that flowed down and danced with the wind. Her devastatingly beautiful face seemed to have been meticulously sculpted. In the hazy morning mist, the young girl seemed to have transformed into a fairy that had descended from the heavens. Duan Lingtian's gaze was also attracted by the young girl that was walking over from afar. Xiaolan. He'd heard of this name before. One of the three great beauties of Aurora City, along with Li Fei. At the beginning he didn't really believe it. In his opinion, no matter if it was Ke or Li Fei, they were both rare beauties that could cause the downfall of a city. Other women were definitely unable to compare to them. But after seeing Xiaolan today, Duan Lingtian realized his mistake. This Xiaolan's beauty was indeed not inferior to Li Fei's. Xiaolan looked to be around 18 years old. Her movements were elegant. Her smile was like a flower, and her every frown and smile revealed an extraordinary charm. If it was said that Li Fei was a red rose charming like fire, Xiaolan was a snow lotus, growing out of the mud without being tainted. The two women's appearances were about the same, but their temperaments were completely different. They were two extremes. What a well-bred young lady! Duan Lingtian secretly praised in his heart. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt pain in his thigh and couldn't help but cry out. Only then did he realize that Li Fei was angrily staring at him, her hand fiercely pinching his thigh. Didn't you say that you don't care about other women? Li Fei was a bit annoyed. Good fare. Everyone loves beauty. Hurry up and take your hand away. I won't look anymore. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. But his heart was blooming with joy. Li Fei's attitude undoubtedly showed that she was jealous. In other words, although she didn't want to admit it on the surface, in her heart, she had already tacitly acknowledged that he was her man. Otherwise, why would she be jealous for him? In his previous life, Duan Lingtian knew a woman's thoughts like the back of his hand. Li Fei snorted in dissatisfaction before letting go of her hand. Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on the young girl beside Xiaolan. Compared to Xiaolan, this young girl was overshadowed. It wasn't that she was very ugly. In terms of looks, she was definitely on the same level as Li Shishir. It was just that compared to Xiaolan, she was inferior by quite a bit. Duan Lingtian saw that Xiaolan and Li Shishir walked towards the innermost gazebo. At this time, Xiao Yu went up to greet them. Reaching out, he held Xiaolan's hand and brought her into the gazebo. So she's one of Xiao Yu's people. But these guys still dare to look at beautiful women without restraint. Aren't they afraid that Xiao Yu will find trouble with them? Duan Lingtian noticed that the gazes of most of the youths on the observatory were still on Xiaolan. Only your thoughts are so complicated. Xiao Yu and Xiaolan are biological siblings, twin siblings. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. Twin siblings? For some reason, after hearing Li Fei's words, Duan Lingtian actually heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The young girl beside Xiaolan doesn't seem to be simple either. Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on the young girl beside Xiaolan. He could confirm that this young girl around the age of 17 wasn't a body-tempering stage martial artist, but had already stepped into the core formation stage. Of course, she's the daughter of the Xiao clan's patriarch Xiao Yun, the former #1 disciple of the Xiao clan's outer court. A figure on par with our Li family's Li Kuang and Lin family's Lin Qi. Li Fei said. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden realization. He remembered now. When he had fought with Lin Qi had mentioned this Xiao Yun. After a while everyone had arrived. At this time as the host, Xiao Yu stepped out and arrived at the center of the observatory. Everyone, before the gathering begins, I have a piece of good news to tell everyone. This year, our Aurora City's 3 great clans have taken out many good things as rewards for the young geniuses that are ranked on this year's Hidden Dragon ranking. Xiao Yu slowly said. On the observatory, the sound of many hurried breathing could be heard. Especially those young geniuses that didn't come from the 3 great clans. All of their eyes shone and they lost their composure. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian could understand. The 3 great clans of Aurora City practically monopolized all the profiteering industries in Aurora City. The other small clans could only pick up the scraps. To these young geniuses of the small clans, the rewards they received from being ranked on the Hidden Dragon ranking was something that their clans might not be able to provide even if they exhausted all their resources. Young Master Yu, what are the rewards? Please tell us about them. Yeah, Child Yu, we all want to know. The young geniuses from the various small clans all spoke out. Humph, a bunch of country bumpkins. Chapter 69. Li Qing's voice wasn't soft. Instantly, all the young geniuses from the small clans glared angrily at Li Qing. What, you're not convinced? If you're not convinced, then let the gathering begin. You're welcome to challenge me. Li Qing turned a blind eye to these furious gazes. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be speechless when he saw this scene. This Li Qing really thinks he's invincible. In the distance, Lian had a face full of disdain when he saw this scene. Boorish fellow. Lian muttered with a voice that only he could hear. Since everyone wants to know, then I'll tell you. As soon as Xiao Yu finished speaking, he attracted the gazes of all the young geniuses present. Duan Lingtian was no exception. He didn't participate in this gathering of geniuses for fame. He wasn't the slightest bit interested in the Hidden Dragon list. What he cared about was the actual rewards. After discussion between the patriarchs of our 3 great clans, the first place of this year's Hidden Dragon list will receive 3 sets of high-grade profound rank martial skills, 10 origin increasing pills, 10 grade 8 gold injury pills, 3 stocks of 300-year-old bloodlingji, and 300,000 silver. Xiao Yu had just spoken of the rewards for the first place of the Hidden Dragon list. On the star observation platform, the sound of people drawing in a breath of cold air rose and fell. The rewards this time were a lot better than the previous time. Seems like it's not bad. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and a greedy light flashed within. 3 sets of high-grade profound rank martial skills, no matter where they were extremely valuable items. The origin increasing pill was a medicinal pill used by core formation martial artists to increase their cultivation, and was extremely precious. Grade 8 gold injury pills, even the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town only had 2. After using one on Duan Lingtian, there was only 1 left. Could be seen how precious it was. 3 stocks of 300-year-old bloodlingji was enough to greatly increase the level of a defensive martial skill. 300,000 silver was even more practical. It's not bad, but you have to be able to obtain it first. Li Fei struck a blow. Little Fei, if I can get first place in this Hidden Dragon ranking, you'll be my wife, how about that? Duan Lingtian chuckled. Let's talk about it when you're really first. Li Fei said indifferently. Although Duan Lingtian's strength was very strange. However, in Li Fei's opinion, he was at most slightly stronger than Li Qing. He might even be inferior to Lin Zhua from the Lin clan, let alone Xiao Yu from the Xiao clan. Of course, she also believed that Duan Lingtian would definitely surpass Lin Zhua and Xiao Yu in the future. After all, Duan Lingtian was only 16 years old this year. Lin Zhua and Xiao Yu were 2 years older than him. If it was the next Hidden Dragon list ranking a year from now, she believed that Duan Lingtian would be able to be ranked first. She was not optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chances this year. Then I'll take that as a yes. Duan Lingtian smiled. His burning gaze once again fell on Li Fei's hot and delicate body. His lower abdomen felt a burst of heat, and he had a reaction again. What an alluring little vixen. Aren't you being a little unfair? Li Fei's pair of clear eyes revealed a sly smile. Then what do you think is fair? Duan Lingtian asked. If you can't get first place in the Hidden Dragon ranking, then no matter what rank you are in the Hidden Dragon ranking, all your rewards will be given to me. Li Fei blinked her clear eyes, with an expression that said, let's see if you dare to agree. Little Fei, you're really greedy. If I marry you in the future, I won't have to worry about losing anything. Alright, I agree. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Hearing Duan Lingtian agree, the smile on Li Fei's face completely froze. This miser actually agreed? Could it be that he was really confident? Or perhaps, he was still concealing his strength? At this instant, Li Fei's heart couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. Little Fei, you won't go back on your word, right? Duan Lingtian noticed Li Fei's indeterminate expression and asked vigilantly. Wait until you really get first place in the Hidden Dragon ranking. Li Fei grunted. At this moment, the mood of the group of young geniuses on the star observation platform eased up slightly. Child you, what are the other 2 people in the top 3 of the Hidden Dragon ranking rewarded? Another person asked. The people in the 2nd and 3rd place of the Hidden Dragon ranking this time can obtain 2 sets of high-grade profound rank martial skills, 5 origin increasing pills, 5 grade 8 gold injury pills, 2 stocks of 300-year-old blood lingji, and 200,000 silver. Xiao Yu continued. Although the rewards of the 2nd and 3rd place were greatly discounted compared to the rewards of the 1st. But to most of the people present it was still filled with temptation. As for the other 7 young geniuses that are ranked on the Hidden Dragon ranking, they will also obtain a set of high-grade profound rank martial skills, 3 origin increasing pills, 3 grade 8 gold injury pills, 1 stock of 300-year-old blood lingji, and 100,000 silver. Xiao Yu continued. Battle intent rose up everywhere on the star observation platform. As long as they were ranked on the Hidden Dragon ranking, besides being able to become famous in Aurora City, they would also be able to obtain such generous rewards. Everyone rubbed their palms together, eager to give it a try. Now the gathering begins. After Xiao Yu announced, he returned to the innermost pergola in the star observation platform and fought side by side with his sister Xiao Lan. Brother, if there are no accidents, the first place of this year's Hidden Dragon ranking will surely be you. Xiao Lan lightly smiled like an orchid in an empty valley. If it was a month ago, I'm sure that there wouldn't be any accidents. But now there's an unknown variable. Xiao Yu shook his head. His gaze directly descended onto the violet-clothed youth in the distance. He is. Xiao Lan looked over as well. Duan Lingtian. Xiao Yu's gaze focused and battle intent rose up from his body. Duan Lingtian, the 9th level body tempering martial artist that was ranked 2nd in the Li clan martial meet? According to the rumors, it's said that he's able to exert the strength of 3 ancient mammoths with a cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Brother, don't you think it's too exaggerated? Xiao Lan analyzed. Lan, since there are rumors, then they aren't groundless. Moreover, there were so many Li clan members who saw it with their own eyes. How could it be fake? Moreover, you should understand my intuition, it has never been wrong. Xiao Yu slowly said. Brother, could it be? Slight shock appeared on Xiao Lan's peerlessly beautiful face. She was extremely clear about the intuition of this twin brother of hers, and it could be said to be a miraculous ability that he was born with. Since she was young, the intuition of this twin brother of hers had never been wrong. Exactly, my intuition tells me that he's extremely dangerous, and even Lin Zhua is unable to compare to him. Xiao Yu nodded. But he seems to be only 16. Xiao Lan's beautiful face slightly flushed red, and her breathing became slightly hurried. So what if he's 16? In the history of our Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were many young geniuses that stepped into the core formation stage at the age of 16. It's not strange for an exception like Duan Lingtian to appear. Xiao Yu said. Brother Yu, didn't this Duan Lingtian lose to Li Qing in the Li clan martial meet? At this moment, Xiao Yun, who stood beside Xiao Lan, couldn't help but speak. I heard about it too. Xiao Lan nodded as well. Lost to Li Qing? Who told you that? That was because he admitted defeat himself. Xiao Yu shook his head, as if he knew the situation of the Li clan martial meet like the back of his hand. If he could defeat Li Qing, why would he admit defeat? Xiao Yun was slightly unconvinced. Little Yun, let me ask you. If our Xiao clan martial meet was won by a branch family disciple with a different surname, What would happen? Xiao Yu didn't directly answer Xiao Yun, and instead asked a question. Brother, you mean? Someone made Duan Lingtian admit defeat? Xiao Lan reacted at the first moment. That's my guess. Xiao Yu nodded. Brother Yu, everything you've said is just your guess. Xiao Yun was still somewhat unconvinced. In her entire life she only acknowledged one person in the martial Tao, and that was Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu made her feel inferior. But now Xiao Yu said that someone's strength might surpass him, and it was even a 16-year-old youth. She found it hard to accept. Little Yun, whether my guess is correct or not, you'll know very soon. Xiao Yu lightly shook his head and didn't argue with Xiao Yun. Currently, on the star observation platform, there was a young genius from a small clan who had already won 3 rounds in a row. Is there anyone else who wants to battle me? The youth looked at the surroundings and slowly said, I'll do it. A Xiao clan youth flew out and confronted the youth. Quickly, the two of them made their moves. In just a single move, the Xiao clan youth defeated the youth. Thank you. The Xiao clan youth cupped his hands. This Xiao Yong was ranked 5th in the Xiao clan martial meet a month ago. In other words, among the 5 Xiao clan geniuses that came today, his strength is the weakest. As expected of a disciple of a large clan, even the weakest one is so strong. Looks like I don't have a chance to enter the hidden dragon list. Being able to witness the competition between the young geniuses of the 3 great clans can be considered a good gain. Some of the young geniuses from small clans were somewhat discouraged. Of course, there were also some young geniuses from small clans who were filled with battle intent and went up to challenge Xiao Yong. Quickly, Xiao Yong defeated another 3 people. This Xiao Yong's strength isn't bad. He's not inferior to Li Zhong. Li Fei smiled. Not bad. Duan Lingtian yawned. Didn't you sleep enough last night? Li Fei was dazed. Without a wife to hug, naturally I didn't sleep enough. Duan Lingtian laughed wickedly. Rogue. Li Fei glared at Duan Lingtian. In this short period of time, Xiao Yong had defeated another person. Is there anyone else who wants to battle with me? Xiao Yong said courteously. I'll do it. A voice sounded out from a pavilion on the star observation platform. A green-clothed youth around the age of 18 walked out. The youth had a sturdy figure and a simple and honest appearance. If one only looked at his appearance, one would feel that he was an honest person. However, if one looked carefully, one would notice that the youth's eyes were incomparably lively, and occasionally flickered with a crafty brilliance. Brother, what's your name? Xiao Yong smiled lightly as he asked. Mengquan. The youth blinked his eyes and said, Brother Mengquan, please give me your guidance. Xiao Yong got into a fighting stance. Duan Lingtian was originally a little sleepy, but after seeing Mengquan, his spirit was aroused. What's different about this Mengquan? Seeing Duan Lingtian like this, Li Fei asked curiously. Interesting. Xiao Yong is about to lose. Duan Lingtian smiled. What did you see? Li Fei asked. Call me Brother Tian and I'll tell you. Hey, in your dreams, rogue. Damn rogue. Chapter 70. Just when Duan Lingtian's spirit was shaken. This Mengquan isn't simple. Xiao Yu's expression became serious as well. Brother Yu, you wouldn't be trying to say that this person's strength is as strange as Duan Lingtian, right? Xiao Yun didn't mind. Right at this moment, Mengquan and Xiao Yong had already started exchanging blows. Whoosh! Xiao Yong's figure moved, as if transforming into a falling leaf, lightly flashing towards Mengquan. Profound rank middle grade movement technique. Leaf dance steps. Why would a grown man cultivate a woman's movement technique? Mengquan shook his head. Stomp! His legs shook, and his entire body shot out like a cannonball, meeting Xiao Yong head-on. His speed surpassed Xiao Yong's by a level. Whirlwind palm. Xiao Yong's gaze focused, and while flying he struck out with his palm after accumulating strength, his origin energy raging. Barbaric ox fist. Mengquan struck out with his fist, his origin energy exploding, giving rise to a formless wave of air that met Xiao Yong's palm. Above the two of them, 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes galloped out, and with a bang they collided together. Mengquan's body slightly trembled. Ah! Xiao Yong let out a shrill cry as he flew out. I'm not your match. Xiao Yong slowly stood up, nodded his head towards Meng Quan, and retreated, wholeheartedly convinced. Thank you for letting me win. Meng Quan scratched the back of his head and laughed foolishly. However, his pair of eyes that flickered with a bright light had obviously betrayed him. You could tell earlier that Xiao Yong wasn't his match? Li Fei looked towards Duan Lingtian, as if wanting to obtain an answer from Duan Lingtian's face. This Meng Quan concealed his cultivation, but his true strength is probably not inferior to Li Qing's. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and stared at Meng Quan. Because of the existence of origin energy, it was difficult for others to see through the cultivation of martial artists at the core formation stage and above from the surface. One could only roughly judge the martial artist's strength through the ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed from the energy of heaven and earth. However, Duan Lingtian, who had fused with the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, was equivalent to Emperor Wu of Samsara being alive. He had a unique foresight. He was able to discern that Meng Quan wasn't a first-level core formation martial artist. The feeling that Meng Quan gave him was similar to that of Xiao Yu Linzhua and Li Qing, second level of the core formation stage. Even though he's able to defeat Xiao Yong, that only shows that his martial skills level is high. Up until now, he's only utilized the strength of two ancient mammoths. How did you see through his concealed cultivation? Li Fei obviously didn't believe him. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He did not argue with Li Fei. It wouldn't take long for the facts to prove everything. So that's how it is. The corners of Xiao Yu's mouth curled into a smile. Obviously, he discerned something as well. Xiao Yong, you're really useless. Xiao Yun's beautiful eyebrows knit as her figure flashed and gracefully landed near Meng Quan. This scene caused Xiao Yu to be unable to help himself from bitterly laughing. Brother, can Xiao Yun defeat him? The nearby Xiao Lan asked in a light voice. According to my estimations, amongst the young geniuses on the star observation platform, there are at most 3 people that have the confidence to defeat him, even to the extent that there might not even be 3 people. Xiao Yu shook his head. Xiao Lan's beautiful and refined face was shocked. She never expected that besides Duan Lingtian, there would be another person that obtained such a high evaluation from her brother. Big guy, I'll fight you. Xiao Yun shouted in a delicate voice. Woman? I don't bully women. Meng Quan frowned. You. Xiao Yun was angered to the point her face flushed red and her delicate body trembled. This Meng Quan, does he really think that he's invincible just because he defeated Xiao Yong? A month ago, during the Xiao clan's martial meet, Xiao Yong wasn't a match for Xiao Yun either. He actually dares to look down on Xiao Yun. This country bumpkin probably doesn't even know Xiao Yun. When did the Meng clan have such a person? Some of the young geniuses from small clans started to discuss. Go die. Xiao Yun shouted in a delicate voice as her graceful figure seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that flashed straight towards Meng Quan. In terms of speed, she was much faster than Xiao Yong, and could even be compared with Meng Quan's speed. Meng Quan was slightly surprised. He didn't dare look down on Xiao Yun and went up to her. Reckless ox fist. This time, Meng Quan and Xiao Yun were evenly matched when they collided head-on. This Xiao Yun's strength isn't bad. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. That's natural. In the younger generation of the Xiao clan, her talent isn't inferior to Xiao Lan's. Li Fei said. Then how about compared to you? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. More or less, Li Fei said again. Xiao Yun is about to lose. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed Meng Quan's small movements and his brows raised. This guy finally couldn't hold back anymore. He could clearly see that the origin energy on Meng Quan's fist had increased explosively in an instant, and had already surpassed the scope of the first level of the core formation stage. But it still hadn't reached the second level of the core formation stage, and hadn't drawn upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop a third ancient mammoth silhouette. But even so, it wasn't something that Xiao Yun could compare to. Reckless ox fist. Meng Quan attacked once again with a momentum like thunder. Bang! Xiao Yun was pushed back. Her face was ghastly pale as she looked at Meng Quan with an expression of disbelief. She noticed that this big guy's strength seemed to have increased by a level in an instant, completely suppressing her and causing her to feel powerless. You let me win. Meng Quan grinned. Xiao Yun glared back at him before angrily returning to Xiao Yu and Xiao Lan's side. Good. All the young geniuses from the small clans couldn't help but cheer after revealing expressions of disbelief, even though they were protective of the fairer sex. But Meng Quan was a young genius from a small clan like them after all. Meng Quan's actions caused them to feel proud and elated. I'll go against you. A figure flew out. It was precisely Li Zhong. Although Li Zhong's strength wasn't bad, it was still difficult for him to withstand the might of Meng Quan's fist and was quickly defeated. Alright, you guys play first. I'm going to rest for a bit. After defeating Li Zhong, Meng Quan returned to the pergola and picked up the tea and snacks prepared by the Xiao clan and started gulping them down. As time passed, most of the people on the star observation platform had already fought. Only a few people from the three great clans hadn't fought. Amongst them included Duan Lingtian and Li Fei. Whoosh! Li Fei flew out and landed in the center of the star observation platform, attracting numerous burning gazes. In terms of appearance, Li Fei and Xiao Lan were similar. However, the two of them were of completely different types. Compared to Xiao Lan's fairy-like otherworldly beauty, Li Fei was the other extreme. She, who had a devilish figure and an angelic face, was even more attractive to men. Xiao Lan. Li Fei's gaze fell on Xiao Lan as she challenged her. Both of them were the three great beauties of Aurora City. None of them were willing to submit to the other and wanted to surpass the other in a certain aspect. For a moment, the eyes of everyone present lit up. Two of the three great beauties of Aurora City sparring. This was a rare scene. They all felt that this trip wasn't in vain. Xiao Lan moved gracefully and stood in confrontation with Li Fei. As the two beauties stood together, the atmosphere on the star observation platform calmed down. No one was willing to disturb this beautiful scene. Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't miss the battle between the two girls as he watched without blinking. Fleeting shadow. Li Fei moved like a red rose that flew out with a speed as fast as lightning. Cloud soaring steps. Xiao Lan moved as well, her otherworldly figure seeming faintly discernible. Above the heads of the two girls, there were two ancient mammoth silhouettes galloping out, as if cheering for them. In terms of speed, the two girls were equally matched. Meteor fist. Li Fei's delicate fist smashed down, releasing origin energy that transformed into numerous fist silhouettes that were like falling meteors. It was difficult to distinguish which was real and which was fake. Cloud pushing palm. Xiao Lan's palm swept out and a formless airwave spread out. Her origin energy spilled out as if transforming into lumps of white clouds that seemed calm, but actually contained killing intent. Bang! Amidst the numerous fist silhouettes, Li Fei's real fist blasted out, giving rise to a series of light explosions. Hua! Behind the lumps of clouds, Xiao Lan's slender hand appeared and a palm that was suffused with origin energy descended. Bang! Fist and palm collided. The two girls' figures paused and retreated 3 steps at the same time. They saw Li Fei's figure move, seeming to want to continue attacking. Little Fei, let's end it like this. If we continue fighting, we'll be evenly matched. Why don't we stop and rest? Duan Lingtian smiled. Li Fei glared at Duan Lingtian, but she knew that what Duan Lingtian said was the truth. Exactly, the two of you are considered to be evenly matched. If you go head-on, then both of you will suffer in the end. Xiao Yu stood out and lightly smiled. Are you worried that I'll injure her? After returning to Duan Lingtian's side, Li Fei asked with a questioning tone. I'm innocent. I absolutely don't have such thoughts. I'm only afraid that she'll injure you and affect your ranking on the hidden dragon list. Duan Lingtian hurriedly explained. Really? Li Fei's expression eased up slightly. Of course. Duan Lingtian said resolutely. That Meng Quan. Suddenly Li Fei raised her head and looked into the distance. Duan Lingtian looked over as well. Meng Quan, who had eaten his fill, burped and once again returned to the center of the star observation platform. His gaze descended onto a proud and aloof figure in the distance. That's right, don't doubt it, it's you. Li Qing, right? Didn't you say that we're all country bumpkins and we can challenge you if we're unconvinced? I'll now represent us country bumpkins and challenge you, the genius of the Li clan. Meng Quan was precisely speaking to Li Qing. Li Qing's face sank. He took a step forward. Are you sure you want to challenge me? The corners of Li Qing's mouth curled into a cold smile, as if he'd heard an enormous joke. Why speak so much nonsense? If you want to fight, then fight. Meng Quan had an impatient expression. Good, very good. Very soon, I'll make you regret your current choice. Li Qing flew into a rage out of humiliation. Whoosh! Li Qing's figure flashed towards Meng Quan, and 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly condensed into form in the air above him. His speed was shockingly swift. I've long since heard that the #1 disciple of the Li clan's younger generation, Li Qing, has cultivated the high-grade profound rank movement technique, swimming dragon steps, to the mastery stage. Seeing it today, it really does live up to its reputation. Meng Quan's courage deserves praise for daring to challenge him, but unfortunately, in front of Li Qing, who's at the 2nd level of the core formation stage, he's still not enough. No matter what Meng Quan has fought for us, the young geniuses of the small clans whispered in discussion. I finally have a decent opponent, Meng Quan said lazily as his body moved along with him. Whoosh! Instantly, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him as well. Stomp! Meng Quan's legs stomped on the ground, as if transforming into a cannonball whose speed wasn't inferior to Li Qing's as he moved to greet Li Qing. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths, on the star observation platform, besides Duan Lingtian and Xiaoyu, everyone else was dumbstruck. Chapter 71. Only now did the people present realize. This Meng Quan had been concealing his strength during the previous battle. He wasn't a 1st-level core formation martial artist. Instead, he was the 4th 2nd-level core formation martial artist besides Xiaoyu, Lin Zhua, and Li Qing. 2nd level of the core formation stage. Li Qing's pupils constricted as he was startled by Meng Quan's sudden change. Barbaric Ox Fist. Meng Quan's full-force punch contained even more dense origin energy, and it carried the force of 1,000 caddies as it flew straight towards Li Qing. Dark Nether Finger. Li Qing's right index finger was wrapped with origin energy, condensing it into a strange origin energy vortex. When he pointed his finger out, it was as if all the energy had converged onto this finger. This finger pointed onto Meng Quan's fist. Suddenly, Meng Quan's face froze, and his figure flashed backwards, causing a piercingly cold strong wind. As expected of the Li clan's famous high-grade profound rank martial skill, Dark Nether Finger. Being able to cultivate it to the mastery stage, your comprehension ability isn't bad. However, the mastery stage Dark Nether Finger probably isn't enough to defeat me. Meng Quan's eyes flashed as he spoke indifferently. Shameless boasting. Li Qing shouted as his figure flashed, as if transforming into a gust of wind that blew towards Meng Quan. At this moment, Meng Quan turned around and pounced towards the other side. He wants to get a weapon. For a moment, many people realized Meng Quan's intentions. Meng Quan was heading towards the weapon rack. Humph! Seeing this scene, Li Qing didn't pursue and instead stood on the spot. To him, even if he won in the pursuit, it would be an unfair victory, and he disdained to do so. What he wanted to do was to defeat his opponent head-on. Only in this way could he trample on his opponent's dignity, attract the admiring gazes of the surrounding people, and satisfy his arrogant heart. Who? Meng Quan raised his hand and took a weapon from the weapon rack. A black iron rod. Li Qing moved. Swimming dragon steps. It flew straight towards Meng Quan, as if it had transformed into a swift dragon, stirring up the power of wind and thunder. Good! Meng Quan bellowed. The black iron rod in his hand shook and started to tremble slightly. Thousand Shadow Rod. In the blink of an eye, the black iron rod trembled and was flung out along Meng Quan's hand. A series of rod shadows fell, smashing down on Li Qing's head with a ferocious momentum. Is that all you've got? In a hurry, Li Qing's legs shook, and he dodged the black iron rod. He pointed a finger at Meng Quan, tearing the sky apart. Dark mysterious finger. If the finger that contained the elemental energy vortex were to land on Meng Quan's body, one could imagine the consequences. Don't celebrate too early. Meng Quan chuckled. Li Qing had an ominous premonition. Whoosh! A gust of wind came from behind him. Li Qing's face went pale, and he hurriedly withdrew the dark mysterious finger and exerted strength in his legs. Swimming dragon steps. Not only that, but he also instantly circulated his defensive martial skill. Golden Bell Canopy. Bang! The black iron rod flew over fiercely, shattering the defensive chi barrier on the surface of Li Qing's body. It landed on Li Qing's back and sent him flying. Bang! Li Qing lost his balance and fell to the ground in a sorry state. His back was facing the sky, and his face was covered in dust. The Mastery Stage Profound Rank Middle Grade Defensive Martial Skill, Golden Bell Canopy, can't block my 1000 Shadow Rod. However, it's fortunate that you executed the Golden Bell Canopy in time, and neutralized most of the strength of the 1000 Shadow Rod. Otherwise, this rod would be enough to break your spine inch by inch. Meng Quan looked at Li Qing and said indifferently, "Right, remember in the future, don't randomly call others a country bumpkin. You acting like this now will only make others feel that you're even worse than a country bumpkin." After casually throwing the black iron rod back to the weapon rack, Meng Quan glanced at Li Qing, who had already stood up. In next to no time, the fierceness in Meng Quan's eyes vanished, and his solemn face recovered its simple and honest expression. If it wasn't for everyone witnessing his resolute and ruthless methods earlier, they might have really been deceived by his harmless appearance. Li Qing took out a grade 9 gold injury pill and consumed it. His injuries had just recovered slightly, and when he heard Meng Quan's words, he was so angry that he almost fainted. I never thought that Meng Huo's strongest martial skill wasn't his middle-grade profound rank martial skill, Reckless Oxfist, but the high-grade profound rank martial skill, 1000 Shadow Rod. His 1000 Shadow Rod seems to have already stepped into the mastery stage. In our Aurora City, only the Li clan seems to possess the 1000 Shadow Rod, right? Could it be that he has some sort of relationship with the Li clan? He was so rude to Li Qing. Do you think he has any sort of relationship with the Li clan? I almost forgot about this. Satisfying. This Li Qing called us country bumpkins earlier, but now he's even worse than a country bumpkin. Haha. All the young geniuses from the small clans glanced at Li Qing and felt proud and elated. Li Qing's expression became even more unsightly. It was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip from it. Meng Quan, don't be complacent. I was just careless earlier. If it wasn't for that, you might not have been able to defeat me. Li Qing looked at Meng Quan with a cold voice. As far as he was concerned, his offensive martial skill was on par with Meng Quan, and his movement technique was on par with him as well. The reason why he had lost was because he had underestimated Meng Quan due to his preconceived notions. What? Do all you Li clan members like to act shamelessly? If it was a life and death battle earlier, I would have seized the opportunity to pursue you and you would have died for sure. Meng Quan laughed. Yeah, even if you were careless, that's still your own problem. A young genius from a small clan couldn't help but chime in. Humph. I'll naturally abide by the rules of the Hidden Dragon list. But after today, I'll sooner or later find another chance to battle you and wash away today's shame. Li Qing grunted coldly. You should have said so earlier. You made me think you were going to exhaust my physical strength again. No, I'm hungry again. Meng Quan ran back to the pergola in a few steps, picked up the snacks and started wolfing them down, causing everyone to be unable to help but click their tongues. Could it be that this Meng Quan was the reincarnation of a hungry ghost? This Meng Quan is rather interesting. Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed. Quickly tell me the truth. Did you see through him long ago that he was a second-level core formation martial artist? Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression that said to be lenient if you confess and severe if you resist. Little Fei, you're not my wife yet, but you act like you're the head of the household. Alas, if you become my wife in the future, then I'll be completely controlled by you. Duan Lingtian sighed as he spoke with a lingering fear in his heart. Go die. Li Fei glared at Duan Lingtian, then extended her slender hand and rudely twisted Duan Lingtian's thigh. Duan Lingtian's face turned green, in the innermost pergola of the star observation platform. Brother you, did you see through Meng Quan's background long ago? You didn't even tell me, causing me to go up and ask for a snub. Xiao Yun said with slight dissatisfaction. Little Yun, my intuition tells me that he's not simple. As for him being at the second level of the core formation stage, I only found out when he fought Li Qing. Xiao Yu shook his head. Duan Lingtian. Just at this moment, a voice broke the temporary silence of the star observation platform. Lin Qi flew out and his gaze descended upon Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyebrows raised. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian slowly walked out of the pergola and slowly arrived in front of Lin Qi. Compared to Lin Qi's appearance, it formed a sharp contrast. The body tempering stage is the body tempering stage. No matter how exaggerated the rumors are, it can't change the fact that he's only a body tempering stage martial artist. Many young geniuses from small clans looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain. Of course, these people's eyes obviously revealed traces of jealousy. A faint smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. He guessed the reason why these people were targeting him. Li Fei, that little girl, was really a source of calamity. Duan Lingtian, rumor has it that you're able to exert the strength of 3 ancient mammoths with only a cultivation at the 9th level of the core formation stage. Today, I'd like to experience it for myself. Lin Qi looked at Duan Lingtian as his battle-intent sword. Then let's see if you have the ability to force me to use the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian smiled. Lin Qi didn't continue speaking. With a serious expression, his figure flashed as the strength of 2 ancient mammoths exploded forth. Traceless snow. Duan Lingtian noticed. Lin Qi, whose cultivation had broken through to the 1st level of the core formation stage, relied on the strength of his fleshly body and origin energy to double his speed compared to the last time they fought. However, Lin Qi's high-grade profound rank movement technique, Traceless Snow, was still at the initial stage, whereas Duan Lingtian's movement technique had already broken through to the mastery stage. Spirit Serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtian moved as well. He suppressed his strength to around 19,000 pounds, so a second ancient mammoth silhouette didn't appear. In the eyes of others, he was only using the strength of 1 ancient mammoth. However, relying on his strength that was only 500 pounds lower than Lin Qi's. In terms of speed, Duan Lingtian's Spirit Serpent movement technique that was at the mastery stage had already completely crushed Lin Qi's Traceless Snow, which was at the initial stage. F***K. I admit defeat. Lin Qi followed Duan Lingtian for a while, but after noticing that he was completely unable to keep up with Duan Lingtian's speed, he couldn't help but curse. He was clear about Duan Lingtian's methods. Under the circumstances where he was unable to catch up to Duan Lingtian could easily defeat him. Since he knew the outcome, he didn't continue persisting. If he persisted, he would only lose even more face. Duan Lingtian, your movement technique seems to have already surpassed my Traceless Snow by a level. Lin Qi glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, who had also stopped moving. Your eyesight isn't bad. Duan Lingtian grinned. The strength that this guy used just now was absolutely close to the strength of 2 ancient mammoths, Lin Qi thought in his heart. He could sense that Duan Lingtian was intentionally concealing his strength. What movement technique did this Duan Lingtian execute? He only used the strength of 1 ancient mammoth, but he was even faster than Lin Qi, who used the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. My speed is inferior to his. I'm inferior as well. All the young geniuses from the small families didn't dare look down on Duan Lingtian anymore. Is there anyone else who wants to give me some pointers? Since he had already entered the arena, Duan Lingtian didn't plan on directly leaving the arena. After all, walking back and forth was also quite tiring. Li Qing's face was gloomy. He wanted to battle with Duan Lingtian, but his injury still needed some time to heal. Duan Lingtian, you won't be complacent for long. Li Qing took a deep breath as he steeled himself in his heart. I'll do it. A figure flew out from afar and landed in front of Duan Lingtian. Lin Zhua. As the saying goes, one can't beat a tiger without leaving a blood brother. Looks like Lin Zhua, you're planning to imitate the ancient people. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Lin Zhua, the number 1 person in the Lin family's younger generation. Chapter 72. Duan Lingtian and Lin Zhua stood facing each other. The gazes of the people on the star observation platform were completely focused on the two of them. Lin Zhua, 18 years old, 2nd level of the core formation stage, number 1 in the Lin clan's younger generation. Duan Lingtian, 16 years old, 9th level of the body tempering stage, number 2 in the Li clan's younger generation. Lin Zhua's strength was well known. However, this Duan Lingtian was a figure that rose like a comet. Supposedly, He was able to exert the strength of 3 ancient mammoths with his cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Brother, who do you think will win? Xiaolan blinked her beautiful eyes as she asked. I favor Duan Lingtian. Xiao Yu's cold face revealed a rare smile. Xiao Yun, who was at the side, didn't interrupt this time and looked at Duan Lingtian with interest. This rascal. Li Fei lightly gritted her teeth as her watery eyes descended onto Duan Lingtian. Let's begin. Lin Jue nodded to Duan Lingtian and his figure flashed. Thunder travel steps. As Lin Jue's figure flashed, it seemed as if it carried the sound of thunder with it, moving forward menacingly. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he moved as well. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he scuttled towards Lin Jue. Take my palm strike. Lin Jue shouted in a low voice as his hand slapped down like a fan. Heaven's net palm. When Lin Jue's palm descended, it seemed to have transformed into an inescapable net that enveloped Duan Lingtian within, causing him to be unable to escape. When the people present saw this scene, their hearts trembled. Lin Jue's heaven's net palm almost completely covered Duan Lingtian's upper body. Just when everyone thought that Duan Lingtian could only choose to fight Lin Jue head-on. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's body tilted as if he was about to fall. This scene caused everyone's hearts to rise to their throats. Duan Lingtian's body that was about to fall trembled before abruptly straightening up. As if transforming into a spirit serpent, he leaped behind Lin Jue. He actually dodged it. On the star observation platform, everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Was this Duan Lingtian even human? He was able to complete such a difficult move. Crushing fist. Duan Lingtian stared at Lin Jue's back with a cold look in his eyes. His whole body was like a drawn bow as he threw out a punch with the force of a falling mountain. An invisible gust of wind was stirred up. Surprise flashed in Lin Jue's eyes as he felt a strong gust of wind coming from behind him. He accelerated once more. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths exploded. Lightning steps. His speed soared like lightning, and he easily dodged Duan Lingtian's crushing fist. Duan Lingtian, if you want to defeat me, just relying on the strength of 2 ancient mammoths is not enough. Lin Jue could tell at a glance that Duan Lingtian was deliberately suppressing his strength. Duan Lingtian didn't answer. His figure moved again. Instantly, 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. 29,000 gene of strength exploded. He was only 500 gene of strength away from being able to evolve a 3rd ancient mammoth silhouette. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. In an instant, Duan Lingtian's speed also increased. It wasn't the slightest bit slower than Lin Jue's lightning steps. In terms of movement techniques, his Spirit Serpent Movement Technique and Lin Jue's lightning steps were both high-grade profound class movement techniques that had been cultivated to the mastery stage. In terms of strength, he was only 500 gene weaker than Lin Jue. Therefore, his speed was almost not slower than Lin Jue's. Take another one of my palms. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, Lin Jue once again charged towards Duan Lingtian. His palm struck out raging origin energy. Heaven's net palm. This time, the origin energy palms that filled the sky formed an inescapable net that practically enveloped Duan Lingtian's entire body from head to toe, leaving him with nowhere to escape. Duan Lingtian won't be able to dodge this time. On the star observation platform, many people's hearts moved. Li Fei's heart also followed suit. Under everyone's gazes, Duan Lingtian, who was in danger, finally moved. His hand swept past his waist. Sword drawing art. A purple sword ray appeared. Wang! The flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand seemed to have eyes as it directly struck the palm silhouettes that filled the sky. Pa! The sword struck out, emitting a crisp sound. Clang! The sound of the flexible sword entering the sheath sounded at almost the same time. Lin Jue's expression changed. Lightning steps. He hurriedly retreated. The intense pain from his palm made Lin Jue involuntarily turn his hand over to take a look. There was a 2-finger-wide sword scar on his palm. This scene was also seen by many people. Heavens, Duan Lingtian actually broke Lin Jue's heaven's net palm with one strike. Unbelievable. Regardless of whether it was the young geniuses from the 3 great clans or the small clans, they all had an expression of disbelief. I lost. Lin Zhua stared blankly for a moment before looking at Duan Lingtian with a bitter smile. He understood that it was Duan Lingtian who showed mercy. Otherwise, if Duan Lingtian changed the body of the sword to the edge of the sword, his palm would surely be split into two. You let me win. Duan Lingtian smiled at Lin Zhua. The surrounding young geniuses didn't dare look down on Duan Lingtian anymore. A 9th-level body-tempering martial artist displaying the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Simply unbelievable. Not only that, he even relied on the strength of 2 ancient mammoths to defeat Lin Zhua, who was at the 2nd level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian. No wonder the rumors say that your sword skill is miraculous. Seeing it today, it really lives up to its reputation. Xiao Yu walked out in large strides, and behind him followed Xiao Lan and Xiao Yun. At this moment, the 2 girls looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that contained traces of admiration. In terms of age, this Duan Lingtian was even younger than them. Brother Xiao, you flatter me. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as his gaze descended onto Xiao Lan, who was beside Xiao Yu, and he nodded to Xiao Lan. My brother rarely praises others. Duan Lingtian, you deserve it. Xiao Lan smiled sweetly like a celestial maiden that had descended to the mortal world. That's right, brother, you has never praised me. Xiao Yun deeply agreed. Then I'm even more terrified. Duan Lingtian smiled. Rascal. A fragrant wind blew over as the young girl with a devilish figure and an angelic face arrived beside Duan Lingtian. She secretly placed her hand on Duan Lingtian's waist and lightly twisted. Intense pain came. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. This jealous lover. Brother Xiao, I exhausted some strength earlier, so I'll go rest first. Duan Lingtian smiled at Xiao Yu. He could imagine that if he hesitated, Li Fei would definitely use even more strength. Yeah, Xiao Yu, among the young geniuses on the star observation platform, it seems that only you and Lian haven't fought yet. Why don't you two have a match? Li Fei suggested. I naturally have no objections, but I don't know if Lian will do me the honor. Xiao Yu looked at Lian, who was nearby. Child, you spare me, I'm not your match. Lian hurriedly waved his hand. Xiao Yu frowned. What he disdained the most was this type of person that didn't even have the courage to fight with him. In his opinion, this type of person would never have great accomplishments in this lifetime. For a martial artist, besides talent and comprehension ability, courage was extremely important as well. Xiao Yu. Right at this moment, a proud and aloof figure in white returned to the scene once again. Li Qing. Li Qing's gaze flashed past Li Fei, and he just happened to see her leave side by side with Duan Lingtian. His expression was unsightly, and his gaze was gloomy and cold. Li Qing's small actions were naturally noticed by Xiao Yu. Li Qing, have you recovered from the injuries you suffered in the battle with Meng Quan? Xiao Yu asked. He wasn't willing to take advantage of another situation. It's only a flesh wound, and I've already recovered after consuming a grade 9 gold injury pill. Li Qing nodded, and his gaze was still gloomy and cold. Okay. Xiao Yu nodded, and after asking the 2 girls by his side to return, he stood in confrontation with Li Qing. Then let's begin. Xiao Yu looked at Li Qing. His cold figure was unmoving like a mountain. It was as if he was waiting for Li Qing to make the first move. Li Qing's gaze descended onto Xiao Yu. If I'm able to defeat Xiao Yu, Fei Fei will surely have a whole new level of respect for me, and she'll even leave Duan Lingtian and choose me. Li Qing thought in his heart, and his gaze became feverish. His battle-intent sword. Defeat Xiao Yu. Swimming dragon steps. Li Qing's figure shook, and he exerted the strength of 3 ancient mammoths with all his strength as he charged towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was right before his eyes, yet he seemed to have no intention of making a move. Xiao Yu, I'll defeat you with a single move. Li Qing's gaze was slightly cold, and his hand shook as it tore through the sky with a menacing aura. Dark nether finger. Origin energy condensed into a vortex at the tip of his finger, and a piercing howl sounded out as he pointed towards Xiao Yu. Right at the instant Li Qing's finger pointed out, Xiao Yu moved. Above him, only 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. His sleeve shook as it moved to intercept Li Qing's dark nether finger. Instantly Li Qing's face went pale, because he noticed that his finger seemed to have tapped on a ball of cotton, and he had no place to exert force. In the next moment, He realized the danger and hurriedly withdrew his hand. Too late. A cold voice entered into Li Qing's ears. Instantly, Li Qing's vision went black, and he was slapped flying by Xiao Yu's sleeve, shaking his internal organs to the point they trembled, and he felt a sweetness in his throat. The pride in his heart caused Li Qing to forcefully swallow this mouthful of blood. What a formidable martial skill! Duan Lingtian was slightly moved. Xiao Yu's sleeve swung out, seeming to be casual, but it actually contained a terrifying martial skill, using softness to overcome hardness. It was practically the same as the Tai Chi from his previous life. Unfortunately, Tai Chi had already declined in his previous life. At the very least, Duan Lingtian had never encountered a true Tai Chi expert. Tai Chi only appeared on the old man who did his morning exercise in the park. It only had the form but not the spirit. Could the martial skill child you used just now be the Shao clan's strongest high-grade, profound-rank martial skill? Universe in the sleeve? Too terrifying. With just a wave of his sleeve, he broke Li Qing's dark nether finger that was at the mastery stage. They're not even on the same level. This Li Qing is impressive looking but useless. Now I somewhat believe that when Duan Lingtian admitted defeat, it was definitely not voluntary. On the star observation platform, the group of young geniuses discussed animatedly, not suppressing their voices in the slightest. These voices were like sharp needles in Li Qing's ears. I will defeat Duan Lingtian in front of all of you, and let all of you know the difference between us. Li Qing was ruthless in his heart. Xiao Yu, your universe in the sleeve has been cultivated to the perfection stage? Li Qing looked at Xiao Yu and asked in a deep voice. That's right. Xiao Yu nodded indifferently. No wonder. Next time, when my dark nether finger enters the perfection stage, I will definitely battle with you again. I want to see if your universe in the sleeve is stronger, or if my dark nether finger is stronger. After leaving these words, Li Qing retreated to the side. Naturally, I'll accompany you. Xiao Yu's face was cold as he said indifferently, Universe in the sleeve? Duan Lingtian was slightly moved. Chapter 73. Xiao Yu defeating Li Qing could be said to be as easy as blowing off dust and didn't consume any energy. His gaze fell onto Meng Quan, who was eating and drinking in the distance. Meng Quan, have you finished eating? Xiao Yu directly challenged Meng Quan. Meng Quan picked up another piece of dessert and swallowed it. Only then did he slowly walk out of the pavilion. If I fight you, I'll directly use my weapon. Otherwise, I'll surely be like that Li Qing and be sent flying by your sleeve. After informing Xiao Yu, Meng Quan took down the black iron rod from the weapon rack. As you wish. Xiao Yu nodded. Meng Quan held the black iron rod in his hand as he stood before Xiao Yu. The silly smile on his face had vanished and was replaced by a serious expression. Even though I know I might not be a match for you, I still want to try. I want to see the gap between me and you, the publicly acknowledged #1 youth in Aurora City. Meng Quan had a serious expression. Suddenly, he moved. Above his head, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Xiao Yu. The black iron rod in his hand trembled as it whistled down. Thousand Shadow Rod. As the rod descended, it transformed into tens of rod silhouettes that smashed down towards Xiao Yu's head. Xiao Yu still didn't move. He stood there motionless like a mountain. Facing Meng Quan's incoming rod, his sleeve moved once again. Faint origin energy almost coiled around the entire sleeve as it lightly trembled. Universe sleeve. He swung out his sleeve to welcome Meng Quan's menacing rod strike. Meng Quan's black iron rod trembled as it avoided Xiao Yu's sleeve and instantly changed direction, smashing horizontally towards Xiao Yu's waist. Whoosh! A formless wave of air trembled. The might of Meng Quan's rod strike was extremely ferocious. If an ordinary person were to be struck by this rod, they would be paralyzed at best and die at worst. Xiao Yu actually didn't dodge. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He could see that Xiao Yu would not find it difficult to dodge Meng Quan's strike. However, he did not dodge, nor did he use the universe in the sleeve again. It was as if he was waiting for Meng Quan to smash him with his stick. Is Child Yu planning to take a hit from Meng Quan? Many people widened their eyes in disbelief. Only Xiao Lan and Xiao Yun, including the 4 youths and girls of the Xiao clan, had a calm expression, as if they weren't surprised at all. Boom! Meng Quan's staff finally landed on Xiao Yu's waist. To be more precise, it landed on Xiao Yu's defensive aura shield. The defensive energy suddenly trembled. The next moment it shattered. The moment the defensive energy shield shattered, Meng Quan let out a miserable cry as he was sent flying with his rod. The rod flew and the person fell, cutting a sorry figure. This is... Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. Wasn't this his defensive martial skill, greater teleportation? How could Xiao Yu know it? Moreover, Xiao Yu's greater teleportation was at a higher level than his, and had already reached the mastery stage. That was why he was able to take on Meng Quan's 1,000 Shadow Rod. After all, they were both high-grade profound rank martial skills at the mastery stage. It's shifting stars. I've long heard that the Xiao clan has a heaven-defying high-grade profound rank martial skill that can give someone a taste of their own medicine. Child Yu was able to use shifting stars to take on Meng Quan's 1,000 Shadow Rod, so he must have cultivated shifting stars to the mastery stage. Oh my god. Perfection stage universe sleeve, mastery stage shifting stars. Child Yu's comprehension ability is really shocking. Many people recognize the defensive martial skill Xiao Yu used. Shifting stars? So that's how it is. Duan Lingtian's heart moved. The greater shifting that he practiced in Xiao Yu's shifting stars should be martial skills that were similar to each other in some way. The defensive martial skill you practice is also stellar transposition? Hearing these discussions, Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian with a strange expression. She had fought with Duan Lingtian before, and knew the strangeness of Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill. It was almost exactly the same as Xiao Yu's shifting stars. No, it's just that the characteristics are the same. My defensive martial skill is called greater teleportation. Duan Lingtian shook his head. You don't have to be so ruthless. I'd rather you be like when you defeated Li Qing and send me flying with a wave of your sleeve. If I knew your defensive martial skill was so abnormal, I wouldn't have fought with you. Meng Quan crawled up with a face full of dust and looked at Xiao Yu with hidden bitterness. Instantly, it was greeted with a wave of kind laughter. Meng Quan, you're able to make Child Yu use shifting stars, you should be proud. Not bad, at least you're stronger than a certain someone who can't even compare to a country bumpkin. Many people laughed. Don't compare me with someone who lost to me, this is insulting me. Meng Quan glared with a face full of dissatisfaction. Li Qing, who stood at the side, had a gloomy expression and was furious to the extreme. Duan Lingtian, I want to fight with you. Meng Quan looked at Duan Lingtian and issued a challenge. Xiao Yu's eyes flashed as he retreated to Xiao Lan's side. Why did you choose me? Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't refuse and directly walked out. His goal was to be first in the hidden dragon ranking. If he wanted to be first, he must have the strength to crush all the young geniuses present. But he was somewhat puzzled as to why this Meng Quan directly chose him. He didn't seem to have fought with Lin Zhuo yet, right? Originally, I thought that besides Xiao Yu, my opponents would only be Lin Zhuo and Li Qing. But now Li Qing has been defeated by me, I can't defeat Xiao Yu, and you defeated Lin Zhuo, so I naturally choose you. If I defeat you, I don't even have to fight with Lin Zhuo. Meng Quan said as a matter of course. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Thinking about it, it did make sense. You're rather astute. Duan Lingtian laughed. In next to no time, Meng Quan made his move. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths exploded forth. His move was like the wind, and the shadows of the rod covered the sky as it smashed down towards Duan Lingtian. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure moved, and with a tricky angle, he dodged Meng Quan's rod strike. Seeing the black iron rod in Meng Quan's hand sweeping towards him, Duan Lingtian moved once again. As if transforming into a snake, it coiled up along the black iron rod in Meng Quan's hand. As the saying goes, hit a snake with a rod and follow it up. Perhaps it was talking about this. Collapsing fist. Taking advantage of the momentum, Duan Lingtian smashed out a fist, striking Meng Quan's chest and sending him flying. Pooh! Meng Quan spat out a mouthful of blood and glared at Duan Lingtian. What movement technique is that? It feels as if it's restraining my 1,000 Shadow Rod. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian laughed indifferently. Haven't you heard of? Hit a snake with a rod and follow it up? That's fine too. Meng Quan laughed bitterly and retreated. Hit a snake with a rod and follow it up. Duan Lingtian's movement technique, Spirit Serpent movement technique, seems to have been created to restrain Meng Quan's Thousand Shadow Rod. Meng Quan is too unlucky. Many people's faces revealed a strange smile. They could feel Meng Quan's grievance. Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, Li Qing walked in large strides to arrive before Duan Lingtian. HM? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Li Qing, you seem to be heavily injured. Could it be that you want to fight me in this state? Defeating you is more than enough. Li Qing sneered. Anyone can talk big. Come. Duan Lingtian quietly waited for Li Qing to make his move. Wait. Unexpectedly, Li Qing suddenly spoke. What's the matter? Duan Lingtian frowned. This Li Qing still had many things to do. Let's make a bet, how about it? Li Qing took a deep breath. His eyes were like bright stars shining brightly. What bet? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. The two of us will fight. The person who loses will not be able to have any contact with Feifei for the rest of his life. If he sees Feifei from afar, he will have to take a detour. Do you dare to accept this bet? Li Qing directly said. Duan Lingtian's expression froze. He originally thought that Li Qing was talking about pills, silver, or something like that. Duan Lingtian laughed. What are you laughing at? Li Qing flew into a rage out of humiliation. Nothing, I just think it's funny. Who are you to Little Fei Air? What qualifications do you have to use Little Fei Air to make a bet? Have you asked for Little Fei Air's opinion? Also, Little Fei Air is a person and not an object. She has her own thoughts. What are you thinking by using her as a bet? Do you think she's something that you can casually lose? Every sentence that Duan Lingtian asked made Li Qing's expression change. Li Qing was embarrassed and angry, but he did not know how to refute. Well said. Meng Quan praised. The gazes that the others looked at Li Qing with had a bit more disdain. He even dared to say such a bet. This Li Qing was really shameless. People with discerning eyes could tell that the person that Li Fei liked was Duan Lingtian. Looks like he likes Li Fei very much. Xiao Lan's autumn eyes flashed, faintly flickering with a trace of disappointment. When Li Qing spoke of the bet, Li Fei's face was suffused with a layer of frost. Now that she heard Duan Lingtian's words, her expression eased up. For the first time, she felt that Duan Lingtian was actually so lofty. Her heart was warm. Duan Lingtian, I want you dead. Under extreme rage, Li Qing almost lost all reason. Above the sky, the energy of heaven and earth trembled, and three ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Roaming dragon steps. Dark nether finger. Li Qing attacked in a frenzy. Every move contained bloodthirsty killing intent, and he didn't hold back in the slightest as he directly targeted Duan Lingtian's vital points. Spirit Serpent movement technique. At the same time that he dodged, Duan Lingtian's face sank. Even a clay figurine has a temper. Li Qing, you're going too far. Duan Lingtian sneered. His right hand swiped past his waist, and a violet sword light appeared once more. Sword drawing arts. A fierce and icy cold sword strike greeted Li Qing's dark nether finger. Whoosh! Li Qing withdrew his hand like a bolt of lightning and dodged Duan Lingtian's sword strike, then pointed out with his finger towards the body of the violet meteorite flexible sword. Clang! However, when he pointed his finger out, it landed on empty air. Duan Lingtian had already sheathed his sword. Since you want to kill me, I'll break off one of your fingers. Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent voice had just sounded out. In a flash of lightning. Whoosh! He drew his sword once more, and a violet sword light flashed past. The sword rose and the finger was broken. Ah! Li Qing emitted a shrill cry. His left hand grabbed onto the bloody severed finger of his right hand, and his face was ghastly pale. At this moment, his severed finger fell to the ground. He endured the pain and allowed his cold sweat to flow. He stretched out his left hand to grab his severed finger, and left the star observation platform as if he was flying. At this moment, he didn't care about his ranking on the Hidden Dragon ranking or Li Fei. He only knew that if his severed finger wasn't reattached in time, the dark nether finger that he had painstakingly cultivated for many years would be completely wasted. The power of his dark nether finger was concentrated on the index finger of his right hand. Duan Lingtian, I will return today's humiliation 100-fold, 1,000-fold. As he left, Li Qing didn't forget to roar. Chapter 74. The young geniuses on the star observation platform only reacted when Li Qing's figure disappeared before their eyes. Swish, swish, swish. Numerous gazes uniformly descended onto the violet-clothed youth. They all felt their hairs stand on end. This Duan Lingtian was really decisive. He said he'd broken Li Qing's finger, and then broke Li Qing's second finger. A trace of reverence appeared in the eyes of most of the young geniuses. Duan Lingtian had used his formidable strength and decisive methods to win the reverence of these young geniuses. Unlike the other young geniuses, a cold smile appeared on the corners of Li An's mouth, and pleasure arose in his heart. Duan Lingtian, no matter what, Li Qing is still the Grand Elder's grandson. I want to see how a tiny branch family disciple like you will deal with the rage of the Grand Elder. He was happy that Li Qing was crippled. He was happy that Duan Lingtian caused trouble. You're too impulsive. Li Qing is the grandson of the Grand Elder after all, and the Grand Elder has always been protective. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian who had returned, and her beautiful brows frowned slightly. Little Fei, are you worried about me? Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. You can still smile at a time like this. Li Fei panted with rage. Don't worry, there are so many witnesses for today's matter. If it wasn't for Li Qing being overbearing and relentlessly pursuing me, I wouldn't have broken his finger. I'm already giving the Grand Elder enough face by not killing him. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. The Grand Elder indeed won't openly find trouble with you for today's matter, but it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to guard against a stab in the dark. I heard from my grandfather that the Grand Elder isn't someone easy to deal with. Li Fei said anxiously. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he smiled lightly. Is that so? You? Li Fei was completely helpless. Duan Lingtian was simply stubborn. However, she already had a plan in mind. When she returned home today, she would tell her grandfather about this matter and ask him to protect Duan Lingtian. Linjue, do we still need to fight? Xiao Yu's gaze landed on Linjue. Let's skip it. We just sparred a few days ago, and we haven't had any breakthroughs in the past few days. Linjue waved his hand and said casually. Xiao Yu nodded. Then you will fight with Meng Quan. After Duan Lingtian recovers a little, I will fight with him. To fight for the first place of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Does anyone else have any objections? As he spoke, Xiao Yu's gaze swept over the remaining young geniuses on the star observation platform. No one made a sound. Very good. Xiao Yu nodded. The first and second place of this year's Hidden Dragon ranking will be decided between me and Duan Lingtian. The third and fourth place will be decided between Linjue and Wang Quan. The fifth place will be Li Qing. Meng Quan. Linjue looked at Meng Quan. Wait. I haven't rested enough. Let's decide on the last 5 first, then we can fight later. Meng Quan stuffed a snack into his mouth and said vaguely. Linjue was speechless. All right, let's start the battle for the last 5 places of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Xiao Yu nodded. Under his direction, the more outstanding young geniuses of the 3 big clans and the outstanding young geniuses of the small clans fought one after another. In the end they came to a conclusion. The 6th place of the Hidden Dragon ranking Li An. The 7th and 8th places were tied, Li Fei and Xiaolan respectively. The 9th and 10th places were tied, Xiao Yun and Lin Qi respectively. Of the 10 people on the Hidden Dragon ranking, only Meng Quan came from a small clan. The other 9 people were all from the 3 big clans. The young geniuses of the small clans present were not surprised by this result. This time at least Meng Quan was the only one on the list. In the previous season, the 10 people on the Hidden Dragon ranking were all from the 3 big clans. At this time the sky was already close to dusk. All right. Meng Quan stepped out and picked up the black iron rod. He looked at Linjue with battle intent in his eyes. Linjue flew out and confronted Meng Quan. Suddenly the 2 of them moved at the same time. Instantly, half of the stargazing platform was covered by shadows of rods and palms. The heaven's net palm formed an inescapable net that made it impossible for one to escape. The 1,000 shadow rod was like a shadow that could always strike the opponent at the most critical moment. Whoosh! The 2 of them exchanged dozens of moves. In the end Linjue showed a flaw, and the heaven's net palm enveloped Meng Quan and injured him. F***K. The The third one is gone. Meng Quan could not help but curse. He was somewhat annoyed and casually threw the black iron rod to the side. Although Meng Quan lost, he still received everyone's respect. It was rare for a disciple of a small clan to have such an achievement. One could imagine that with his talent, if he was nurtured by the three big clans, it would not be impossible for him to surpass Lin Zhuo in the future. Meng Quan. At this time, Xiao Yu stepped out and looked at Meng Quan. If you are interested in joining our Xiao clan and becoming a disciple with a different surname, the Xiao clan will spare no effort to nurture you. Obviously, Xiao Yu had taken a fancy to Meng Quan's talent and extended an olive branch. Meng Quan, if you are willing to join our Lin clan, we will not give you any less than the Xiao clan. Lin Zhuo was unwilling to fall behind. Lin Zhuo is the son of the Lin clan's patriarch, so it's normal for him to fight for Meng Quan for the Lin clan. This Xiao Yu shouldn't be the son of the Xiao clan's patriarch, right? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask Li Fei when he saw this scene. You don't know Xiao Yu's background? Li Fei had a strange gaze. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Although Xiao Yu isn't the son of the Xiao clan's patriarch, his status in the Xiao clan is even higher than the son of the Xiao clan's patriarch. Xiao Yu's grandfather is the Xiao clan's supreme elder, and one of the Xiao clan's nascent soul experts. Li Fei explained. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed. So that's how it is. No wonder. I'm sorry. I'm preparing to leave Aurora City soon and head to Iron Blood City to join the army. Meng Quan smiled apologetically to Xiao Yu and Lin Zhuo. Iron Blood City join the army? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Xiao Yu and Lin Zhuo were shocked as well. The young geniuses present looked at Meng Quan as if they'd seen a ghost. Could it be that Meng Quan wants to go to the Iron Blood Army's genius camp? Although Meng Quan's strength isn't bad, it seems to be slightly difficult for him to enter the genius camp. Yeah, the genius camp test doesn't only require one to be 19 years old and below. It also has a high requirement for one's strength. Supposedly, even a genius martial artist at the third level of the core formation stage or above might not be able to pass. This Meng Quan is simply crazy. Some of the young geniuses couldn't help but shake their heads as they didn't look favorably upon Meng Quan. Meng Quan, you plan to go to the Iron Blood Army's genius camp? Lin Zhuo's gaze focused as he asked. I do plan to, but I don't know if I can pass the test. I heard that the genius camp test is extremely strict. Meng Quan laughed foolishly. It's not just strict. According to the disciples of our Lin clan who left and returned, the genius camp test is simply abnormal. Speaking of which, the number of young geniuses in our Aurora City that were able to pass the test and enter the Iron Blood Army's genius camp can be counted on one hand. Lin Zhuo sighed. Unfortunately, my father isn't willing to let me go. Otherwise, I would want to give it a try. The Iron Blood Army's genius camp was filled with cruelty. Supposedly, every year many young geniuses would die inside. However, if you're unable to pass the genius camp test, then our Lin clan's door will always be open for you. Lin Zhuo's expression turned serious as he spoke. He wasn't willing to let go of a talent like Meng Quan. All right. Meng Quan nodded and agreed. Meng Quan, when do you plan to leave? Suddenly, Xiao Yu looked at Meng Quan as a flowing light flashed within his eyes. The genius camp test that occurs once a year is in half a year. I plan to leave in 5 months. Meng Quan laughed foolishly. 5 months later? At that time you can come to the Xiao clan to find me. I'll go with you. Xiao Yu said. You're going as well? Meng Quan was stunned. Big guy, brother, you already planned to go to the genius camp a few months ago. Xiao Yun snorted. Child, you also wants to go to the genius camp? The group of young geniuses on the star observation platform all looked at Xiao Yu in surprise. In their opinion, Xiao Yu was the most outstanding genius disciple of the Xiao clan in the past 100 years. As long as he stayed in the Xiao clan, becoming the Xiao clan's patriarch in the future was almost certain. But once he entered the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, it would be a narrow escape. If they were Xiao Yu, they would definitely not take the risk. Although the rewards were great. But that was on the premise of surviving. Once he died, then there would be nothing left. Alright, I'll go with you at that time so we can take care of each other. Meng Quan smiled. Xiao Yu nodded, and then his gaze fell on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was just about to ask Li Fei what the Iron Blood Army's genius camp was, when he noticed Xiao Yu's gaze. Duan Lingtian's figure moved. and he directly entered the arena. He stood opposite of Xiaoyu. On the star observation platform, everyone's gaze fell on the two. The battle between Duan Lingtian and Xiaoyu. The number 1 of this year's Hidden Dragon ranking would be decided. Do you guys think that Duan Lingtian has a chance of defeating Xiaoyu? How is that possible? Although I admit that Duan Lingtian is very strong, and his talent isn't inferior to Xiaoyu's, he's only 16 years old after all. He definitely can't compare to Xiaoyu. That's right. Think so too. Amidst the whispers of the young geniuses, Duan Lingtian moved. On the other hand, Xiaoyu still stood on the spot, not moving like a mountain. Sword drawing arts. Duan Lingtian used his strongest move as soon as he attacked. At the same time, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. He didn't hold back in the battle with Xiaoyu. 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Some of the surrounding young geniuses were stunned. The 9th level of the body tempering stage, displaying the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. Looks like the rumors were true. Swish. A violet sword light that contained a cold and fierce aura flashed straight towards Xiaoyu. Universe sleeve. Xiaoyu swept out his sleeve with origin energy covering it as it swept towards the flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Humph. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth carried a trace of a smile. The hand that held the sword trembled. Rip. The sword passed through Xiaoyu's origin energy and pierced through Xiaoyu's sleeve, tearing it apart. Spirit weapon. At the same time that Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise, his face went grim as he swiftly retreated. Shadowless floating light. Instantly, Xiaoyu flashed backwards, leaving behind a few afterimages. His speed was swift to the extreme as he dodged Duan Lingtian's sword strike. Above him, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes gradually condensed into form. Spirit weapon? Everyone on the star observation platform was stunned. This Duan Lingtian actually has a spirit weapon. Isn't he a branch family disciple of the Li clan? Chapter 75. Spirit weapon? Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian as well. He has a spirit weapon as well? No. It doesn't seem to be a spirit weapon. Your strength doesn't seem to have received any amplification. Moreover, even if it's a spirit weapon, it's impossible for it to completely ignore my origin energy. What sword is your sword? After Xiaoyu stood still, he glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight fear. Correct, my sword isn't a spirit weapon. However, there's a type of material within my sword that's sufficient to ignore origin energy below the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian nodded as he spoke. This was one of the characteristics of violet meteorite. Ignore origin energy below the origin core stage? Duan Lingtian spoke simply, but in the ears of Xiaoyu and the others present, it caused their scalps to go numb. Ignore origin energy below the origin core stage. In other words, Duan Lingtian only needed to catch his opponent off guard to gain the upper hand when using this sword. Even a 9th level core formation martial artist could die under his sword if they were slightly careless. Then I'll change to another sword. After Duan Lingtian sheathed his sword, he looked at the weapon rack at the side. No need, I'll use a weapon. Xiaoyu shook his head and took a spear from the weapon rack. Origin energy suffused the spear with a shake of his hand. Come. Xiaoyu looked at Duan Lingtian. Spirit serpent movement technique. Sword drawing arts. The violet meteorite flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was like a shadow that followed closely behind as it flashed towards Xiaoyu. Sleeve dimension. Xiaoyu's spear shook and swept towards Duan Lingtian's sword. As the spear swayed, it perfectly contained the force exertion of sleeve dimension. Ka! A clear sound echoed out. It was Duan Lingtian's sword that broke the spear in Xiaoyu's hand. Duan Lingtian's purple meteorite flexible sword could even break a steel sword. Not to mention Xiaoyu's ordinary spear. Looks like I can't fight you head-on. Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed. Holding the short spear in his hand, his figure flashed. Shadowless floating light. He executed his movement technique and his speed was extremely fast. Spirit snake movement technique. Duan Lingtian discovered that even if he went all out, it would still be difficult for him to catch up to Xiaoyu's speed. A high-grade profound class movement skill at the perfection stage. Duan Lingtian's heart shook as he understood. He didn't expect this. This Xiao Yu had actually cultivated a profound rank high-tier offensive martial skill and movement martial skill to the perfection stage. Even his high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill had been cultivated to the great success stage. Such a level of comprehension was monstrous. Of all the martial techniques in the world, only speed is invincible. Duan Lingtian, be careful. I'm about to attack. Xiao Yu's voice was clear and cold. Duan Lingtian was the only person who was able to make him execute 3 different martial skills today. He had received the respect he deserved. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he heard this. He felt the pressure. He began to be vigilant. Universe Creator. Xiao Yu rushed forward like a bolt of lightning, arriving behind Duan Lingtian. He swung the broken spear in his hand and aimed it at Duan Lingtian's back. Just when he thought that Duan Lingtian would be sent flying by his spear. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's body leaned forward like a spirit snake, barely dodging Xiao Yu's attack. You have some skills. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up, his battle intent rising. Even though Duan Lingtian dodged Xiao Yu's attack, he was still drenched in cold sweat. If it wasn't for the reflexes he developed as a special forces soldier in his previous life, it would have been very difficult for him to dodge Xiao Yu's attack just now with his great success stage spirit snake movement technique. Following that, Xiao Yu attacked several times. Every time he caught Duan Lingtian off guard. But he realized that Duan Lingtian was always able to dodge his attacks, which made him a little suspicious. Did this Duan Lingtian have an intuition that was not inferior to his? What he didn't know was that after dodging his attacks a few times, Duan Lingtian's nerves were already extremely tired. Universe Creator. Xiao Yu once again used a speed that far surpassed Duan Lingtian's and arrived behind Duan Lingtian. The broken spear once again descended. This time Duan Lingtian, whose nerves were in pain, couldn't help but cry out in surprise. And at this moment, his legs trembled and his entire body instantly shot out into the distance, causing Xiao Yu's attack to hit empty air. That is, looking at the white light that suffused Duan Lingtian's legs, Xiao Yu was stunned. Its origin force. Oh my god! Duan Lingtian broke through? Duan Lingtian actually managed to develop origin force during his battle with Xiao Yu. Unbelievable. Many people were dumbstruck. He broke through? Li Fei looked at this scene and was stunned. Brother is probably going to lose. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Lan's mouth. This Duan Lingtian is simply a monster. Xiao Yun frowned and said, Haha. Xiao Yu, take my sword. Duan Lingtian laughed loudly as origin force flashed beneath his feet. Above his head, 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out. Spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtian's current speed was slightly faster than Xiao Yu's. Developing origin force under pressure and breaking through to the core formation stage, even Duan Lingtian was somewhat caught off guard. He originally thought that he still needed a period of time to break through, but he didn't expect that he would break through under these circumstances. At the end of the day, he still had to thank Xiao Yu. Duan Lingtian instantly arrived before Xiao Yu and swung his sword downwards. Universe in the sleeve. Xiao Yu knew that Duan Lingtian's current speed surpassed his, so he could only choose to fight head-on with Duan Lingtian. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian didn't use a sword blade. It couldn't be considered as relying on a sharp weapon. But even so, the violet meteorite flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand slapped onto the broken spear in Xiao Yu's hand. The broken spear started to tremble. Xiao Yu discovered that the strength of universe in the sleeve was completely crushed. Intense pain came from the web between his thumb and forefinger. Only then did Xiao Yu notice that his web between his thumb and forefinger had been split open by Duan Lingtian's sword and was dripping with blood. I've lost, Xiao Yu said calmly. If I hadn't just broken through to the core formation stage, the one who lost would have been me. Duan Lingtian smiled. Luck is also a part of strength. Xiao Yu smiled. Duan Lingtian displayed the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Even if Duan Lingtian's movement technique was a stage lower than his speed had already steadily surpassed his. The extra strength of an ancient mammoth completely surpassed the difference of a stage between a high-grade profound rank martial skill. Developing origin force during battle and breaking through to the core formation stage. This is also possible. Many people were dumbstruck. Until now, they still hadn't been able to react to the scene from before. When they saw Duan Lingtian being suppressed by Xiao Yu, They all thought that Duanlingtian wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. But who would have thought? Duanlingtian actually developed origin force at the critical moment and broke through to the first level of the core formation stage, controlling the strength of 4 ancient mammoths and launching a counterattack to suppress Xiaoyu, obtaining the final victory. Good. Only when they reacted did they start cheering. Duanlingtian, you fully deserve to be first in this year's Hidden Dragon list. As for the reward, our Xiao clan members will personally deliver it to you. Xiaoyu nodded and smiled at Duanlingtian. He wholeheartedly accepted his defeat under Duanlingtian's strength of 4 ancient mammoths. But a soaring battle intent still arose within his heart. Once he breaks through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage, he would surely challenge Duanlingtian again. Sorry for the trouble. Duanlingtian nodded and smiled. Right, I still have a question, but I don't know if it's convenient for you to answer. Suddenly Xiaoyu asked, You want to ask me why I'm able to possess the strength of 3 ancient mammoths when I'm only at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, right? Duanlingtian asked with a smile. Xiaoyu nodded. He was slightly surprised at Duanlingtian's wisdom. When I went to the misty forest last time, I found a spirit fruit. After consuming it, I noticed that my body underwent a transformation and had the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Duanlingtian explained. He naturally wouldn't mention the matter of the 9 Dragons War sovereign technique and casually found an excuse. Moreover, there were indeed similar spirit fruits in Cloud Continent. So that's how it is. Your luck is pretty good. However, to be able to break through to the core formation stage at the age of 16, with the natural talent you've displayed now, even in the entire Aurora City, you're the first person to do so in the past 100 years. Xiaoyu glanced deeply at Duanlingtian. It's all thanks to you that I was able to break through today. Duanlingtian smiled. If it wasn't for the pressure that Xiaoyu gave him, he wouldn't have been able to directly complete the breakthrough. In that case, you owe me a favor? Xiaoyu seized the opportunity. You can say that. Duanlingtian didn't deny it. If that's the case, I'll treat you and Li Fei to a banquet tonight. You shouldn't refuse, right? Xiaoyu asked again. You'll have to ask her. Duanlingtian looked at Li Fei. Li Fei was walking over when she heard Duanlingtian's words. Her angelic face flushed red, and her heart slightly trembled, thinking of the agreement she made with Duanlingtian before. She wished for nothing more than to dig a hole and hide in it. Then let's have a meal before going back. Li Fei nodded. Next, Xiaoyu invited Lin Zhua, Lin Qi, and Meng Quan. Besides Meng Quan, who was in a hurry to go back, Lin Zhua and Lin Qi stayed behind. The others went back to their own homes. They knew their own limitations. They didn't have the qualifications to be invited by Xiaoyu. Today's gathering of geniuses came to an end. The rankings of this year's Hidden Dragon ranking were out. First Duanlingtian. Second Xiaoyu. Third Lin Zhua. Fourth Meng Quan. Fifth Li Qing. Sixth, Li, and 7th and 8th were tied. Li Fei and Xiaolan respectively. 9th and 10th were tied. Xiaoyun and Lin Qi respectively. That night, Xiaoyu held a banquet in a spacious courtyard. Apart from Duanlingtian, Li Rou, Lin Zhua, and Lin Qi, there was only Xiaoyu, Xiaolan, and Xiaoyun. Lin Zhua, your strength isn't any weaker than Meng Quan. Why don't you try the Iron Blood Army's genius camp? At the banquet, Xiaoyu asked Lin Zhua. Hearing this, Lin Zhua bitterly smiled. Xiaoyu, I want to go, but my father won't allow it. You know that it's fine if you don't pass the Genius Camp's exam. But if you pass the exam and enter the Genius Camp, it's almost certain death. I'm not afraid, but my father won't let me take the risk. A person's life is naturally filled with difficulties and obstacles. I feel that this is an opportunity for me. Xiaoyu's eyes flickered, filled with yearning. Your grandfather is willing to let you go? Lin Zhua had a strange look in his eyes. On this point, he's more open-minded than your father. However, even if he doesn't allow it, I'll still go. Aurora City isn't the stage I yearn for. If I continue to stay in Aurora City, I'll only walk the same path as my grandfather. The nascent soul stage is the end, and then I'll just be waiting for death. Maybe it's because he's experienced it before that he didn't stop me. Chapter 76. With your talent, as long as nothing unexpected happens, It shouldn't be difficult for you to enter the Iron Blood Army's genius camp. Lin Zhuo looked at Xiao Yu and smiled. It's not difficult to enter, but it's not easy to survive. In the past 30 years, among the genius disciples of the 3 great clans of Aurora City, at least 100 of them passed the test and entered the genius camp, but in the end, not a single one survived. Xiao Yu's eyes flashed. You guys have been talking about this Iron Blood Army's genius camp for so long. What is it for? Duan Lingtian asked the question in his heart. You don't know about the Iron Blood Army's genius camp? Lin Qi looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at an alien. Is it strange? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Soon after, under Lin Zhuo's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally knew what kind of place the Iron Blood Army's genius camp was. The Iron Blood Army was a powerful army under the Crimson Sky Kingdom that was stationed at the border of Iron Blood City. The soldiers of the Iron Blood Army were said to be able to fight 1 against 10, and their might was unstoppable. The genius camp of the Iron Blood Army was an independent army camp that collected young geniuses and was directly subordinate to the imperial family. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, there was a Paladin Academy. As long as one graduated from this academy, almost all of them would be conferred an official position by the imperial family and be given a piece of land, becoming a noble of a region. At that time, they would only need to say a word to annihilate powers like the 3 great clans of Aurora City. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were countless small cities like Aurora City. There were even more powers similar to the 3 great clans. The threshold for Paladin Academy was also very high. Apart from the imperial family's disciples and a few outstanding disciples from prominent families in the imperial city who could directly enter, ordinary people who wanted to enter had to go through a cruel test in order to obtain the qualifications to enter. The Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp was one of the many cruel tests. The Genius Camp's special training lasted for a year. Only those who survived the special training had the qualifications to become a member of Paladin Academy. In the past 30 years, nearly 100 people from the 3 great clans of Aurora City passed the test and entered the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. However, all of these people died in the Genius Camp's special training without exception. The Genius Camp's cruelty. It was said that only 10% of the young geniuses gathered by the Genius Camp would be able to survive after a year. There was a saying, 9 deaths and 1 life in the Genius Camp. Without a certain level of strength, confidence, and courage, young geniuses wouldn't dare enter the Genius Camp. Once one entered the Genius Camp, one would only face 2 paths. First, death. The second was to soar to the heavens. Imperial City. Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian began to ponder. The Duan family was in the Imperial City. According to his mother, Li Ro, the Duan family seemed to be a prominent family in the Imperial City. One day, he would go to the Duan clan. There was only one purpose. Take Duan Lingxing's life. In the past, Duan Lingxing had injured Ke and Li Xian, which had completely infuriated him. Perhaps this is an opportunity. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Perhaps it was because of his military experience in his previous life, but Duan Lingtian felt a sense of familiarity with the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. How about it, Duan Lingtian? Are you interested? Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. You said to Meng Quan before that the Genius Camp exam would be in half a year? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. However, if you want to go, you must leave 1 month in advance. Because even if we ride at top speed, it would still take us almost a month to get to Iron Blood City from Aurora City. Xiao Yu slowly said. If you want to go, you can travel with me and Meng Quan. Xiao Yu said again. I'll consider it. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded. He didn't go, nor did he say that he wouldn't go. No rush, there's still 5 months. Xiao Yu shook his head and smiled. The group of youths and girls ate and drank, and the banquet quickly came to an end. By the way, Duan Lingtian, you broke Li Qing's finger today. Even if he could reconnect it in time, his dark nether finger would be crippled. Li Qing doesn't have a brain, so there's nothing to be afraid of. But his grandfather, the Li family's great elder, is a powerful person. You must be careful. Xiao Yu and his sister personally sent Duan Lingtian and the others out of the Xiao family mansion. Xiao Yu warned Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. Thank you for the reminder. Duan Lingtian nodded. Watching Duan Lingtian and the others leave, Xiao Yu looked at his sister Xiao Lan beside him. Xiao Lan's autumn eyes shone with a strange light. Lanaire, are you tempted? Xiao Yu smiled faintly. Brother, what are you talking about? Xiao Lan's cheeks flushed red, and she shyly turned around and left. Xiao Yu laughed. Which girl didn't yearn for love? He didn't care. Besides, Duan Lingtian was indeed very outstanding. It was no wonder that his sister, who had high standards, was tempted. Duan Lingtian, if you really want to go to the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, I suggest that you go in 1 or 2 years. You're different from Xiao Yu and Meng Quan. If they don't go this time, they won't have another chance in the future. You're only 16. Even if you don't go this time, you still have 2 more chances. On the way back to Aurora City, Linjua suggested. The Iron Blood Army's genius camp only recruited young geniuses below the age of 19. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly and declined to comment. Soon they arrived at Aurora City. Duan Lingtian, if you need any help in the future, you can come to the Lin family to find us brothers. As long as it's within our power, we won't refuse. Before parting ways, Linjua smiled at Duan Lingtian. Yeah, we're already friends. There's no need to be courteous with us. Lin Qi also said. Of course. Duan Lingtian smiled at the two of them in a friendly manner. He, Linjua, and Lin Qi could be considered to have gotten to know each other through fighting. They appreciated each other's talents. Since you've broken through to the core condensation stage, can you treat my grandfather? On the way back to the Li family's mansion, Li Fei glanced at Duan Lingtian. Yes, my dear wife. Duan Lingtian replied in all seriousness. What's a wife? Li Fei was dazed. It means wife. It's what we call it in a small town in the countryside. Duan Lingtian realized that he had misspoken. In this world, there was no such thing as a wife. Hey, who's your wife? Li Fei blushed. My good wife, have you forgotten our promise? Duan Lingtian reached out and grabbed Li Fei's slender waist. Her softness touched his hand. Hurry and let go. There's someone in front. Li Fei's body trembled and stiffened. She didn't resist and said softly. Duan Lingtian laughed and stopped teasing her. Okay, I'll go to your house tomorrow morning to find you and grandfather. I'm a bit tired today. I need to go back and have a good sleep. After returning to the Li family's mansion and sending Li Fei home, Duan Lingtian returned home. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he found the girl sitting at the table. She looked tired and was dozing off. The table was filled with food. Kerr. Duan Lingtian's heart ached. He could guess that Kerr must have waited for him the entire night. Young master. Kerr drowsily rubbed her eyes when she heard his voice. She stood up and welcomed Duan Lingtian to the table. Madam said that you must have eaten outside, but I still made a few dishes. Young master, have you eaten yet? Silly girl, I haven't eaten yet. I'm just hungry. Come eat with me. Duan Lingtian sat down and finished all the food on the table with the girl's accompaniment. Although he endured until the end, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with warmth. No matter what, this was Kerr's good intentions. He didn't want to disappoint her. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had finished eating, Kerr revealed a satisfied smile. After clearing away the dishes, she greeted Duan Lingtian and prepared to return to her room to sleep. Kerr, sleep in my room tonight. I want to hug you. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and looked at the girl. The girl was startled and a little panicked. Her cheeks were red, but she still nodded lightly. Lying on the bed and smelling the girl's fresh body fragrance, Duan Lingtian's lower abdomen heated up and had a reaction. But he didn't take any further action. He just hugged the girl, one hand holding the bud in front of the girl's chest, and lay there peacefully. Young master. The girl's delicate body trembled slightly. She could feel a hot and hard thing poking her from behind. Kerr's sleep. Hugging the girl and smelling the girl's fragrance, Duan Lingtian fell asleep. He wasn't Lu Xiaohui. He was a man full of vigor. However, the girl was still young. He didn't want to take her at this time. If the girl in his arms was Li Fei, he would have pounced on her without a care for anything, taking and venting to his heart's content. The girl heard Duan Lingtian's steady breathing. She took a deep breath and a blissful smile appeared on her face. The next day near noon, Duan Lingtian woke up. Not good. Duan Lingtian remembered his promise with Li Fei. Young master. At this time, the girl in his arms was also awakened by him. Kerr, if you're still sleepy, you can sleep a little longer. Duan Lingtian hugged the girl and kissed her forehead. He got off the bed and put on his clothes. The girl also got off the bed. After putting on her clothes, she walked out of the room with Duan Lingtian, who knew, just as they opened the door, they saw a girl with a hot body standing in the courtyard, looking over at them. You guys. Li Fei looked at the scene in front of her. She was so angry that she couldn't speak. Sister Fei Fei. Kerr greeted Li Fei and ran back to her room in embarrassment. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei with a natural expression. Little Fei, let's go. I was really too tired yesterday and accidentally overslept. Careless? Li Fei's eyes looked like they were about to spit fire, but when she thought about how she still needed Duan Lingtian to treat her grandfather, she endured it. Walking out of the courtyard with Li Fei, Duan Lingtian could still feel the smell of gunpowder around him. He shook his head and smiled. What a jealous lover. You guys last night. Finally Li Fei couldn't hold it in anymore. You want to ask what we did last night, right? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly, as if he could see through Li Fei's thoughts. Li Fei didn't reply, but her expression said everything. Sai, when will my Kerr grow up to be as big as you? Otherwise, I wouldn't have to sleep with a body full of fire. Duan Lingtian sighed and looked at Li Fei's hot body without restraint. Little Fei, why don't you sleep with me tonight? Hey, why don't you let Kerr sleep with you? Chapter 77. Then he followed Li Fei to her house. After a month, Duan Lingtian saw the old man once again. I really didn't expect that you would complete your breakthrough so quickly. Although he heard Li Fei talk about Duan Lingtian's breakthrough last night, the old man still couldn't help but be surprised when he actually saw Duan Lingtian, a 16-year-old at the first level of the core formation stage. Such natural talent. Even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, such an existence was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. If he knew that there was a 16-year-old core formation martial artist in Duan Lingtian's house, who knew what he would think? Grandfather, I can help you refine medicinal pills today and completely eradicate your hidden illness. However, I need a cauldron. As a weapons craftsman, you should have one in your collection, right? Duan Lingtian blinked and a trace of a sly smile flashed past his eyes. Kid, you actually have ideas about me. I do have a cauldron here, and it's even a grade 8 spirit weapon. But, can you really refine medicinal pills? The old man's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. Duan Lingtian didn't waste his breath and directly raised his hand with his palm facing up. He circulated his origin energy. In the next moment, it was as if Emperor Wu of Samsara possessed him. With a skillful technique, he transformed his origin energy into a milky white flame. It was precisely a grade 9 pill fire. The various grades of alchemists were graded according to their pill fire. This is a grade 9 pill fire. You're really a little monster that people can't see through. The old man glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. If you can really refine a medicinal pill that can eradicate my hidden illness, then there's no harm in giving that cauldron to you. Grandfather, isn't that cauldron something your teacher left behind for you? Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows slightly twitched. She knew what that cauldron meant to her grandfather. Grandfather, since that cauldron means so much to you, then forget it. I'll just casually refine a cauldron for myself to play with. Duan Lingtian smiled at the old man. He didn't want to steal someone's love. It doesn't matter. That medicinal cauldron was teacher's masterpiece back in the day. It's like a pearl covered in dust in my hands. It's better for it to shine again in your hands. However, Lingtian brat, you said just now that you were casually refining a medicinal cauldron for fun? Don't tell me you can condense weapon flames as well. The old man had a strange look in his eyes. Chi. The alchemic fire in Duan Lingtian's palm changed and began to wreak havoc. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to have become scorching hot. 9th grade artifact flame. As a refiner, the old man naturally knew the difference between pill fire and tool fire. Alchemy fire was more reserved. The weapon flame was inclined to wreak havoc and be flamboyant. The old man's breathing quickened, and he was a little out of breath. Even the most talented of alchemists and blacksmiths would require several years of hard work to condense alchemy fire and weapon fire with their elemental energy. The purple-clothed youth before his eyes had completely subverted his understanding of alchemists and artificers. That year he spent 5 years to successfully condense his elemental energy into pill fire. But even then, his teacher said that his natural talent was extraordinary. "Grandfather, don't be agitated." Duan Lingtian put away the weapon flame and smiled. Li Fei, who was at the side, was dumbstruck long ago. Although she wasn't an alchemist or an artificer, she had been by her grandfather's side since she was young, and had long since been influenced by what she saw and heard. She knew how difficult it was to become a graded alchemist or artificer. But now, she discovered that everything before her eyes had completely overturned what her grandfather had said in the past. "I've really lived all these years in vain." The old man caught his breath and had a bitter smile on his face. Duan Lingtian hurriedly diverted the topic. "Grandfather, some of the medicinal herbs I want to refine for you are relatively rare, and can't be sold in ordinary pharmacies. Is there an alchemist guild in Aurora City?" As he spoke, his gaze descended onto the other crest beside the Li family crest on the old man's body. He recognized it. This was the Grade 9 Weapons Craftsman crest issued by the Alchemist Guild. Relying on this crest, no matter where one went in the entire Cloud Continent, one would be able to obtain extremely high treatment. He still remembered that the Fresh Breeze Town branch family's grand elder, Li Hua, also had an Alchemist Guild crest pinned on his chest at all times, indicating his identity as a Grade 9 alchemist. "You want to go to the Alchemist Guild to buy medicinal herbs?" The old man's brows slightly frowned. "According to my knowledge, the medicinal herbs in the Alchemist Guild can't be directly purchased with gold or silver. They must be purchased with the Alchemist Guild's unique points." "I know this." Duan Lingtian nodded. What a joke. That year, no matter what, Samsara Emperor Wu was the one and only royal grade alchemist on Cloud Continent. Moreover, he was the honorary guild master of the Cloud Continent's Alchemist Guild. He was extremely clear about the matters of the Alchemist Guild. If one wanted to obtain the Alchemist Guild's points, one must make a contribution to the Alchemist Guild. For example, completing the missions issued by the Alchemist Guild, or offering a rare medicinal formula, would allow one to obtain abundant points. The old man told Duan Lingtian an address. Duan Lingtian left the Li family estate. Li Fei was curious as she followed Duan Lingtian. "This lousy place is the Alchemist Guild?" The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched as they arrived at the end of a small alley, and looked at the dangerous building that was on the verge of collapse. But in the next moment, Li Fei's words caused Duan Lingtian to be completely speechless. "Not bad, slightly better than the Weapons Craftsman Guild." Li Fei looked at the dangerous building and commented. Duan Lingtian could imagine that the Aurora City's Weapons Craftsman Guild would surely be even more difficult to look at. Walking into the Alchemist Guild was completely different from what they had expected. Although the hall was old, it was very simple. When they entered, besides a young girl standing behind the counter in the distance, there was no one else. The two of them arrived before the counter. "Customers, may I ask if you want to post a mission or receive a medicinal pill that you've entrusted to our Alchemist Guild to refine?" The young girl's appearance was ordinary, but she was very spirited, and her pair of large eyes were bright and full of expression. Ordinary people could go to the Alchemist Guild and post missions with gold and silver, entrusting the Alchemist Guild to refine medicinal pills. And these missions would be posted by the Alchemist Guild for the alchemists of the Alchemist Guild to accept, and the mission rewards would become the Alchemist Guild's points. These points were useless to ordinary people, but to alchemists they were extremely precious. Sometimes some alchemists would even spend a large amount of gold and silver to post missions, and then complete the missions themselves to earn points. It was equivalent to exchanging gold and silver for points. In the Alchemist Guild, according to the rules, gold and silver couldn't be directly exchanged for points. But as the saying goes, the devil is as tall as 10. "I'm here to register as a Grade 9 alchemist." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and stated his purpose for coming. "Register as a Grade 9 alchemist?" The young girl was stunned, thinking that she had misheard. This youth that looked even younger than her wanted to register as a Grade 9 alchemist? Not to mention that a Grade 9 alchemist must be a core formation martial artist. Even if the youth in front of her had good natural talent in the martial Dao and high natural talent in alchemy, once he broke through to the core formation stage, He would still need to spend at least a few years before he could condense pill fire with his origin energy. This was the iron law of Cloud Continent. What? You can't make the decision? Duan Lingtian frowned as he asked. Yes, please wait a moment. I'll go invite our guild master out. Although the young girl felt that it was slightly inconceivable, the other party was a guest after all. She couldn't distinguish whether it was true or false, so she could only go find the Aurora City Alchemist Guild's guild master. Before long, the young girl brought out an old man. The old man was in high spirits, and his eyes emitted a bright light. Who wants to register as a grade 9 alchemist? The old man's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, and his brows slightly furrowed. Me. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man. You? Where did this little kid come from? Hurry up and go home. This isn't a place for you to have fun. The old man frowned as he shouted in a low voice. Geezer, why are you so impolite? Li Fei couldn't stand it anymore. What does a little girl like you know about manners? You came to have fun with me and this is called being polite? I thought that Aurora City had produced another alchemist, but I didn't expect that it's actually just two little kids fooling around. As he finished speaking, the old man was slightly embarrassed and angry. Geezer, nothing is absolute. Don't just look at the surface. Duan Lingtian indifferently swept the old man with his gaze. As soon as he finished speaking, his palm faced up, and a strand of milky white pill fire jumped up. The old man and the young girl beside him were both stunned. Grade 9 pill fire, it wasn't that they hadn't seen it before, but it appeared in the hands of a 16-year-old youth. This was the first time they had seen it. Little guy, do you have a master? The old man's eyes shone, and his attitude underwent a 360-degree change. He looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a treasure. Nonsense. If I didn't have a master, how could I become a grade 9 alchemist at such a young age? Duan Lingtian disdainfully glanced at the old man. How could he not see that the old man had the intention of taking him in as a disciple? However, as far as he was concerned, a mere grade 8 alchemist didn't have the qualifications to be his teacher. The old man's expression froze, and he was slightly embarrassed. Soon after, the old man helped Duan Lingtian register, and gave Duan Lingtian a grade 9 alchemist badge and a crystal card. The crystal card was the Alchemist Guild's exclusive point card. When Duan Lingtian infused his origin energy into it, he noticed that the balance inside was 0. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. A 16-year-old grade 9 alchemist, he suddenly felt that the resentment that he had accumulated these past few years when he was sent to this godforsaken place had imperceptibly dissipated a little. Right, geezer, I need some materials, Duan Lingtian said again. Little guy, I'm not some old geezer. I'm Aurora City's Alchemist Guild's Guildmaster Suemo. As for the materials you need, sure, as long as you can complete missions and contribute pill formulas and exchange them for points, you can use points to buy them. Suemo glared at Duan Lingtian. Then I'll post some missions right now. Duan Lingtian took out a handful of silver notes. Little guy, I have to remind you. When a customer posts a mission in the Alchemist Guild, I, as the guild master of the Alchemist Guild, have the priority to accept it. So, if you want to use gold and silver to exchange for points, you better give up on this idea as soon as possible. A mocking smile appeared on the corners of Sumo's mouth, as if he was certain that he had Duan Lingtian under control. Geezer, you're really shameless. Chapter 78. Little girl, I'm not being shameless. I'm just following the rules of the Alchemist Association. Sumo's lips curled into a smug smile. You. Li Fei was furious. Little Fei, why are you angry with the old man? His heart isn't good. If you're not careful and anger him, we'll have to pay a lot of money. Duan Lingtian reached out and held Li Fei's hand, squeezing her palm to reassure her. Li Fei took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian, puzzled. Duan Lingtian looked at the stunned Suemo, and a smile appeared on his lips. Want to steal business from him? Help me register, I want to issue a mission. Duan Lingtian looked at the young girl beside Suemo. The young girl hesitated and looked at the old man. He's now a guest of the Alchemist Association. After registering, give me the mission. Suemo nodded to the young girl. But soon when he heard Duan Lingtian's mission, the smile on his face froze. 100,000 taels of silver to refine 3 phosphorescence pills. Phosphorescence pill? What kind of pill was that? He had never heard of this kind of pill. Old man, according to the rules of the Alchemist Association, if an alchemist can refine the pill for the mission, he can use points in advance to buy the herbs he needs, and after completing the mission the corresponding points will be deducted from the reward. Am I right? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Suemo. Suemo was furious. There was indeed such a rule. Suemo reluctantly took out the materials Duan Lingtian needed, and arranged a quiet room for Duan Lingtian. Old man, you wouldn't mind lending me your cauldron, would you? Duan Lingtian blinked, making Sumo's mouth twitch. I can lend it to you, but I'll charge you 10 points. Suemo took a deep breath. This kid, as an alchemist, actually wanted to borrow someone else's cauldron. How unprofessional. 10 points. Duan Lingtian frowned. This 100,000 taels of silver is only worth 100 points, right? Also, how many points do the materials you gave me cost? Not much, just 30 points. When Suemo saw Duan Lingtian frown, a smile finally appeared on his tense face. You're so evil, but don't regret it. Duan Lingtian took the medicine cauldron from Sumo's hand. After giving Suemo a deep look, he led Li Fei into the quiet room and closed the door. Regret? What's there to regret? Suemo did not mind. In the quiet room, Duan Lingtian shook the medicinal cauldron in his hand and nodded. That old man is treacherous, but his medicinal cauldron is indeed not bad. It can be considered a fine grade 8 spirit tool. Alchemists also had many requirements for medicinal cauldrons when refining pills. For example, a Tier 9 alchemist must use a medicinal cauldron that was a Tier 9 spirit weapon, or above, to ensure that the medicinal cauldron would not be melted by the alchemy fire. A Tier 8 alchemist would need a cauldron that was a Tier 8 spirit artifact or above, and so on and so forth. The higher the grade of the alchemist, the higher the requirements for the medicinal cauldron. Did you just say that you want to make that old man regret? Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of curiosity. You'll know very soon. Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously. Placing the medicinal cauldron on the stone table in the quiet room, Duan Lingtian lit up a milky white alchemic fire in his palm. He opened the lid of the medicinal cauldron and merged the alchemic fire into the medicinal cauldron. At the same time, Duan Lingtian began to put the materials in one by one. When refining pills, the order and quantity of materials were very particular. A slight mistake could lead to 1,000 miles of error. Then there was the heat. When Duan Lingtian had put all the materials in the medicinal cauldron, he closed the lid of the medicinal cauldron. Yuan power pulsed in his palms, condensing into alchemic fire and pressing it against the vents at both ends of the medicinal cauldron. The alchemic fire entered and he began to refine pills with a high intensity. A series of movements like moving clouds and flowing water was as if an experienced alchemist was performing. Li Fei, who was at the side, was completely dumbfounded. Is he really only 16 years old? Li Fei's heart was shaken. Everything that this youth had displayed in front of her was simply not something that a 16-year-old youth should have. She felt that the youth was even more mysterious. There was a feeling that made it hard for her to fathom. An hour later, Duan Lingtian's hand shook, and the alchemic fire soared and blasted into the medicinal cauldron. Pill collection. In an instant, 3 pills flickering with a fiery red halo flew out from the pill outlet at one end of the medicinal cauldron and landed in Duan Lingtian's hands. Seems like the first time refining pills is not bad. The purity is over 90%. Looking at the 3 pills, Duan Lingtian smiled with satisfaction. Different alchemists, even if refining the same type of pill, would refine different finished products. Different purity. The less impurities remained in the pill, the better the medicinal effect of the pill. If an average 9th level alchemist were to refine the phosphorescence pill, the purity would not exceed 60%. For example, the head elder of the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town, Li Hua, refined the Thunderfire pill with a purity of only a little more than 50%, greatly reducing the medicinal effect. The phosphorescence pill was the pill that he had refined for Li Fei's grandfather. Given Li Fei's grandfather's condition, only a phosphorescence pill with a purity of 80% or more could completely cure his unmentionable illness. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was the only one who could refine such a high-purity medicinal pill. Purity above 90%. Any alchemist would realize how rare this purity was. Therefore, when Duan Lingtian took the phosphorescence pill to hand over the task points, Sumo's expression was unusually interesting. Picking up a phosphorescence pill, Sumo's gaze trembled. Although he had never heard of the phosphorescence pill and did not know what it was used for at this moment, he could sense with his 8th-level alchemist perception that this pill was extraordinary. Based on his rough estimation, this phosphorescence pill's purity was absolutely above 90%. What kind of concept was this? As an alchemist, he naturally knew. Even a first-level alchemist on Cloud Continent might not be able to refine a 9th-level medicinal pill to such a degree of purity. One must know that for the same type of medicinal pill, 60% purity and 90% purity were simply the difference between heaven and earth. The medicinal effect was on a completely different level. Little guy, how did you do it? Suemo looked at Duan Lingtian with slight excitement. I just casually refined it and accidentally made it like this. How is it? Not bad, right? Right, this is the first time I've refined a pill since breaking through to the core formation stage yesterday. Duan Lingtian glanced at Suemo and grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. Broke through to the core formation stage yesterday? First time refining a pill? Hearing this, the corners of Sumo's mouth twitched. Don't joke around. Suemo frowned. I'm not joking. Duan Lingtian spread out his hands with an innocent expression. I can testify. Seeing Sumo's current appearance, Li Fei's mood improved greatly and a slight smile appeared on her beautiful face. Yesterday, at the genius gathering hosted by the Xiao family estate, many of the young geniuses of Aurora City saw him break through with their own eyes. Also, he's ranked first on the new Hidden Dragon list. Ranked first on the Hidden Dragon list? Sumo's eyes focused. He had been in Aurora City for a few years and naturally heard that there was a Hidden Dragon list ranking for young geniuses in Aurora City. The young geniuses that were able to be ranked on the Hidden Dragon list were all extremely outstanding figures. I remember that the Xiao family Xiao Yu was ranked second on the Hidden Dragon list at the age of 17 last year. Could it be that he lost to this little guy this year? Suemo glanced at Li Fei and then looked at Duan Lingtian with some shock. That's right, Xiao Yu is still ranked second this time. Li Fei's clear eyes slightly moved as she slowly spoke. Suemo sucked in a cold breath. A 16-year-old core formation martial artist was enough to shock him. A 16-year-old grade 9 alchemist was even more shocking to him. But all of this seemed to be never-ending. First was a medicinal pill with a purity of over 90%. Then it was first on the Hidden Dragon list. What kind of monster was this violet-clothed youth? Even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, he had never heard of such an abnormal person. Duan Lingtian. Suemo deeply remembered the name that was exposed when the youth registered. Done. At this moment, the young girl behind the counter returned the crystal card to Duan Lingtian. Balance. 60 points. Let's go back. Duan Lingtian took back the phosphor fire pill from Sumo's hand and called out to Li Fei. Seeing that Duan Lingtian and Li Fei were about to leave. Wait. Suemo couldn't help but speak out. Is there something else? Duan Lingtian turned around and glanced at him with a spurious smile. You said earlier that I should never regret it? I want to know, what were you referring to? Suemo asked. If it was before, he wouldn't have paid attention to Duan Lingtian's words. But now that he'd seen how miraculous Duan Lingtian was, he had no choice but to treat it seriously. Actually, it's not a big deal. I just noticed that you've been trying to break through to become a grade 7 alchemist, but you seem to have taken a wrong path. Originally, with your current foundation, you could have perfectly broken through to become a grade 7 alchemist. What a pity. Duan Lingtian's brows twitched as he smiled. Sumo's face darkened. This was called not a big deal? At this moment, he even wondered if Duan Lingtian was doing it on purpose. Alright, old man, I still have things to do, I'll be leaving first. Duan Lingtian waved his hand and was about to leave. Wait! Suemo once again called out to Duan Lingtian. Is there something else? Duan Lingtian frowned and was slightly impatient. But if one looked carefully, one would notice that deep within his eyes was a trace of a smile. You have a way? Suemo asked, his breathing slightly hurried. Yes. Duan Lingtian's answer was very straightforward. What are your conditions? Suemo was even more straightforward, his expression pained. He knew that with Duan Lingtian's previous attitude, he was probably going to bleed. I'm not greedy, I only want half of the points in your crystal card. Duan Lingtian grinned. This was not greedy? That was half his life savings. The corner of Sumo's mouth twitched as he silently cursed, "Little fox." Promise you. However, Suemo still resolutely agreed, his gaze falling on Duan Lingtian. But I want to inspect the goods first before I give you the points. What, are you afraid that I'll cheat you? Then forget it, we're not in debt. Duan Lingtian reached out and grabbed Li Fei's hand, quickly walking out. Whoosh! In an instant, Suemo blocked Duan Lingtian's path. Chapter 79. Even in the entire Aurora City, among the three great families, only the Grand Elders were slightly better than Suemo. However, with Sumo's status as a Grade 8 alchemist and the Alchemist Guild behind him, even if the Grand Elders of the three great families saw him, they would have to politely address him as President Su. Give me the crystal card. Suemo looked at Duan Lingtian and extended his hand. He chose to compromise, although he was helpless in his heart. He had already discovered what Duan Lingtian had just said. However, he did not have the experience of becoming a Grade 7 alchemist and could only walk this path to the end, bumping into many obstacles. Now that he had the opportunity to break through to become a Grade 7 alchemist, he naturally would not let it go easily. In his opinion, as long as he broke through to become a Grade 7 alchemist, he could apply to the Alchemist Guild and leave this godforsaken place. Aurora City was only a small city in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Back then, if he had not offended a powerful person, he would not have been sent here. As long as he broke through to become a Grade 7 alchemist, that person would not be able to do anything to him. Although a Grade 7 alchemist and a Grade 8 alchemist were only one grade apart, the difference was like heaven and earth. In the large Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were more than 1,000 Grade 8 alchemists registered in the Alchemist Guild. As for Grade 7 alchemists, there were only a few dozen of them. A Grade 7 alchemist had a noble status. Even the royal family of the Crimson Sky Kingdom would extend an olive branch to them. Old man, don't worry, you won't lose out. Duan Lingtian's mouth was full of smiles as he handed over the crystal card. Soon, the crystal card in Sumo's hand flashed, showing the balance. 10,000 points. Seeing this number, Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue. One must know that 100,000 taels of silver was only worth 100 points. If these 10,000 points were to be converted into silver, it would be 10 million taels of silver. 10 million taels of silver, what kind of concept was that? Soon, 5,000 points were added to Duan Lingtian's crystal card, for a total of 5,060 points. Old man, I originally only planned to take a third of your wealth, but who asked you to cheat me of 10 points for lending me a cauldron? Then I can only be impolite. Duan Lingtian took the crystal card with satisfaction and smiled. Sumo's mouth twitched. Then wouldn't he have given up nearly 2,000 points for 10 points? His intestines were green with regret. Poochie. Li Fei smiled like a flower. She finally understood what Duan Lingtian meant when he said, "Don't regret it." It turned out that he had planned this from the very beginning. From tomorrow onwards, come to the Li clan to look for me at noon. Oh right, remember to eat before coming back. I don't provide meals over there. Duan Lingtian took Li Fei's hand, walked around Suemo and headed out. Suemo narrowed his eyes as he watched the Duan Lingtian duo leave. When did such a figure appear in the Li clan? On the way back. You're too ruthless. You took half of his points. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. However, seeing Suemo suffer, her heart was also filled with pleasure. Who told him to cheat me first? A lousy cauldron, casually using it, and he took 10 points from me. That's a whole 10,000 taels of silver. Duan Lingtian said with a pained expression. He took 10,000 taels and lost 5 million taels. I don't know if he can sleep tonight. Li Fei giggled. Duan Lingtian was stunned. What are you looking at? Li Fei was angry. Little Fei, my wife, you're so beautiful. Duan Lingtian said eagerly. Bah, who's your wife? Go find your cur. You're so jealous. You still won't admit that you're my wife? I'm not. Then I can only go and pursue Xiaolan. You dare. Amidst the laughter, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei returned to the Li family mansion and returned to Li Fei's home. You finished refining so quickly? When the old man saw the 3 medicinal pills that Duan Lingtian passed over, he was stunned. It's only a grade 9 medicinal pill, it didn't take much time. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Where did you get the cauldron? Don't tell me that you refined a cauldron yourself in this short amount of time. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a monster. I didn't. Duan Lingtian smiled embarrassedly. Grandfather, he used the cauldron of our Aurora City's Alchemist Guild's guild master, Suemo, but that Suemo is really stingy. I only used his cauldron for an hour and he actually asked Duan Lingtian for 10,000 taels of silver. Li Fei's beautiful brows frowned slightly as she spoke with a face full of dissatisfaction. It's fine. It's only 10,000 taels of silver. Grandfather can still afford it. As the old man spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian. Lingtian kid, how much did these 3 medicinal pills cost in total? I'll give them all to you. Grandfather, this is a gift from me to you. I don't dare accept your money. When the old man spoke these words, Duan Lingtian noticed that Li Fei was glaring at him with an attitude that said, if you dare accept my grandfather's money, I won't forgive you. Haha, fine. In any case, this old fellow's money will be Fei-er's in the future. The old man nodded and didn't insist. In his heart, he'd already taken Duan Lingtian to be his future son-in-law. Grandfather, what are you talking about? You'll surely live a long life. As for this fellow, he doesn't lack money at all. He just cheated Suemo of 5 million taels of silver. Li Fei frowned and sold out Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye 5 million taels? The old man was stunned. Although he was a grade 9 weapon craftsman, the sum of his savings for most of his life didn't even add up to 5 million taels. What's going on? The old man was curious as well. Li Fei explained the whole sequence of events in detail. Haha. In this case, President Su lifted a rock and smashed it on his own foot this time. The old man couldn't help but laugh. Very quickly, the old man restrained his laughter and looked at Duan Lingtian with a serious expression. Lingtian kid, you can be considered lucky this time. This President Su is famous for his good temper. Next time, you mustn't use similar methods to tease other experts. Otherwise, once he achieves his goal and kills you, your gains won't make up for your losses. Grandfather, don't worry. I know what to do. Duan Lingtian nodded with an expression of being taught a lesson. However, in his heart he was thinking of something else. He'd long since thought of what the old man said and had a way to deal with it that could ensure his safety. In a spacious courtyard. An incomparably swift figure flashed and at the same time, his right hand pointed out and a piercing whistle exploded out. Dark nether finger. The person who attacked was precisely Li Qing. Presently, his right index finger had already been completely reattached and healed, and he was testing the degree of recovery. Clang! The dark nether finger flashed out and pointed at a stone pillar in the courtyard. Instantly, with the point of contact as the center, numerous cracks split open on the stone pillar and it exploded with a bang. Ah! Li Qing let out a shrill cry as he clenched his right index finger and cold sweat flowed. Qing, what's wrong? A tall and aged old man among the spectators walked over with large strides, and the space between his brows emitted a trace of worry. It was precisely Li Qing's grandfather, the grand elder of the Li clan Li Tai. Grandfather, my dark nether finger is crippled. Li Qing's face went pale as he was unable to accept this fact. For the sake of cultivating the dark nether finger, only he knew how much effort he'd spent. While the might of a finger technique martial skill was formidable, it was also 10 times harder to cultivate than an ordinary martial skill. If he used the effort he spent on the dark nether finger on other high-grade profound rank offensive martial skills, he would have long since cultivated it to the perfection stage. Qing, if you can't use your right index finger, then use your left index finger. Grandfather believes that you'll eventually be able to restore the dark nether finger to its former might. Li Tai consoled. In this way, I'll have to start cultivating the dark nether finger all over again. Moreover, I'm not left-handed after all, and wanting to cultivate the dark nether finger to the mastery stage will be many times harder than before. Li Qing's expression was unsightly as he spoke unwillingly. It's all because of that Duan Tian, it's all because of him. If it wasn't for him, my index finger wouldn't have been broken. Grandfather, I want him dead, I want to kill him, I want to kill him. Li Qing suddenly went crazy, and his face was savage as he roared. Li Tai took a deep breath, and a cold light flashed within his muddy eyes. Duan Tian. Qing, don't worry. Grandfather will seek justice for you. He's only a branch family disciple. If you want him dead, then he won't be able to live. Li Tai's voice revealed a trace of coldness. Thank you, grandfather, thank you, grandfather. Hearing Li Tai's words, Li Qing's mood finally calmed down. On the other side, after Duan Tian told the old man the things to take note of when consuming the phosphorus flame pill, he left and returned home. He just happened to bump into a person walking out of his own courtyard. Young Master Ling Tian. The person smiled at Duan Tian before leaving. Duan Tian recognized this person. This person was precisely the person who gave the hidden dragon invitation to him, a member of the Shao clan. He guessed the purpose of this person's visit. The Shao clan's actions are really fast. Duan Tian walked into his house and saw his mother, Li Rou, counting a pile of things. It was the reward for the first place of the hidden dragon list. Tian. First place of the hidden dragon list? Li Rou saw Duan Tian return and had a spurious smile. Mom, aren't you happy? Duan Tian smiled. Happy, of course I'm happy. My Tian, you're really extraordinary. Li Rou lightly smiled as she nodded. For a moment, she couldn't help but think of her husband who had been missing for many years. Her son had inherited her husband's natural talent in the martial Dao. Little Black, where are you going? Suddenly, Ker's voice sounded from the room. Whoosh! A black bolt of lightning flashed out and coiled around Duan Tian's wrist. It was the little black snake that had been in a deep slumber for over a month after swallowing half of the snow python's inner core. Hiss hiss, the little black snake flicked its forked tongue at Duan Tian, seeming to be very happy. Duan Tian noticed that the little black snake had changed. The golden markings on its body had become even deeper. Its eyes had transformed into a pair of golden eyes, and they were incomparably sharp. Moreover, the little black snake's speed earlier had obviously far surpassed its mother. The black python, Little Black, looks like you've transformed. Duan Tian rubbed the little black snake's head and lightly smiled. Young master. At this moment Ker came out as well. The little white snake coiled around her hand was slightly excited when it saw Duan Tian. The little white snake was the same as the little black snake. Both of them had undergone a great change. The silver markings on its body had also become deeper. Chapter 80. Duan Tian noticed the changes in the two mutated little pythons. They were the children of the snow python and had swallowed the snow python's beast core. Their current strength would surely be extremely terrifying. After probing for a while, Duan Tian noticed, even if he exploded out with the strength of his fleshly body and origin energy, relying on the strength of 4 ancient mammoths and executing the spirit serpent movement technique, his speed would still be far inferior to these 2 little pythons. What a fellow! Duan Tian was extremely shocked. However, although your speed is fast, I wonder how your strength is. Duan Tian brought the 2 little pythons to the side of the courtyard. There was an entire row of stone pillars there for daily cultivation. Collapsing fist. Duan Tian took a few steps forward and punched out. A strong wind swept out and broke a stone pillar. Hiss hiss, the eyes of the 2 little pythons shone as they transformed into 2 black and white bolts of lightning that flashed towards another stone pillar. Duan Tian noticed. In the air, 20 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air. In other words, the strength of a single little python was comparable to the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. An ordinary martial artist would only be able to exert such a formidable strength after cultivating to the 7th level of the core formation stage. Clang! Clang! The 2 bolts of lightning directly penetrated the stone pillars and left behind 2 small holes. This, Duan Tian's eyes focused. The 2 small holes penetrated by the little pythons were extremely smooth and didn't leave behind the slightest crack on the stone pillars. It could be imagined how condensed the little python's penetrating attacks were. Completely condensed into a single point. It could be said to be perfect. You two are the real little monsters. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the heads of the two little pythons. The two lumps of flesh had already begun to bloom. On the lumps of flesh on the little black snake's head, traces of a golden horn had already appeared. On the little white snake's head, traces of a silver horn had appeared. Their individual strengths are comparable to a 7th-level core formation martial artist. However, even a 7th-level core formation martial artist might not be a match for them. After all, their small size and speed occupy a huge advantage. Duan Lingtian gasped. Fortunately, these two mutated pythons were not his enemies. If there was such an enemy, Duan Lingtian felt his scalp go numb just thinking about it. Kerr, who was standing at the side, was stunned. Little White, I didn't know you were so powerful. Kerr smiled as she stroked the little white snake's head. The little white snake seemed to have noticed that Kerr was praising it. It raised its little head proudly and stuck out its tongue playfully. That night, Duan Lingtian had passed on to his mother, Li Ro, a top-notch cultivation technique. The name of this technique was Xianpin Divine Skill. This was one of the top techniques collected by Reincarnation Emperor Wu in his first life. It was the cultivation technique of Xianku Emperor Wu, and it could be cultivated all the way to Emperor Wu's level. This cultivation technique, after Li Ro mastered the Xian Beauty Divine Skill, she also realized how terrifying this cultivation technique was. She felt a little numb. Her son had too many secrets. Kerr's Hanbing sword technique was not inferior to the Xianpin Divine Skill. Mother, you have to comprehend it properly. I'll go buy the ingredients tomorrow and refine the spirit accumulation pill for you. At that time, the spirit accumulation pill will absorb all of your Yuan Qi. After you switch to the Xianpin Divine Skill, the Yuan Qi in the spirit accumulation pill will be released. Within half a month, you will be able to recover to your peak state, or even stronger than your peak state. Duan Lingtian smiled. Okay. Li Ro looked at Duan Lingtian dotingly and nodded repeatedly. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian left the Li family mansion with Kerr and went to the market. Duan Lingtian first found the shopkeeper of the medicine shop to collect the bill, and then gave him 2 jars of 6 treasures body tempering liquid. The ingredients for the spirit accumulation pill were relatively ordinary. Very quickly, the shopkeeper of the medicine shop finished preparing the ingredients for Duan Lingtian. Shopkeeper, how much are these ingredients? Duan Lingtian asked. Customer, these ingredients only add up to a few hundred taels of silver. There's no need to pay. The shopkeeper's face was full of smiles. Ever since Duan Lingtian started selling the 6 treasures body tempering liquid here, his medicine shop could be considered to be making a lot of money every day. Who knew how many medicine shops were envious and jealous? Then I won't be polite. Duan Lingtian nodded and looked deeply at the shopkeeper before leaving with Kerr. Originally, Duan Lingtian thought that the shopkeeper would encounter some trouble when the 6 treasures body tempering liquid was selling like hotcakes. After all, there were definitely many people who were jealous. But until now, nothing had happened to the shopkeeper. It could be imagined that he was absolutely not as simple as he looked on the surface. However, all this had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian. After he and Kerr returned home, they went into their room and prepared to refine the spirit accumulation pill. Whoosh! With a thought, he took out a cauldron from his storage ring. The cauldron looked very exquisite. 9 lifelike 5-clawed divine dragons were engraved on all sides. It was precisely the cauldron that Li Fei's grandfather gave to him. Originally, he wasn't willing to take away someone's beloved, but the old man was very insistent. In the end, even Li Fei persuaded him to accept it. Looks like grandfather's teacher wasn't simple. This cauldron already has a trace of the aura of a grade 7 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused and he was slightly surprised. The material of this cauldron. F***CK. It can't be Millennium Meteoric Iron? Soon Duan Lingtian's hand shook and he cursed in surprise. The Millennium Meteoric Iron was an extremely precious material for refining weapons. Its limit was that it could withstand a grade 6 weapon flame. In other words, Millennium Meteoric Iron was enough to refine a grade 6 spirit weapon. The entire body is made of Millennium Meteoric Iron. Extravagant, too extravagant. With this cauldron as the foundation, even if I become a grade 6 alchemist in the future, I won't need to exchange for another cauldron. I can directly refine it into a grade 6 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone. After fusing with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, the current him wasn't just an experienced alchemist, he was also an experienced weapons craftsman. Soon Duan Lingtian started refining the medicinal pill. Compared to the phosphorescence pill, the refining process of the spirit containment pill was slightly simpler. After spending half an hour, Duan Lingtian finished refining the spirit containment pill. He refined a total of 2 pills. One of the pills was for his mother. As for the other one, he planned to leave it for Li Fei. After delivering the spirit containment pill to his mother, Li Ro, and telling her how to consume it and what she needed to pay attention to, Duan Lingtian returned to his room. He started cultivating 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Raging Python form. Currently, Duan Lingtian had already developed Origin Energy and became a first-level core formation martial artist. If he cultivated an ordinary cultivation method, then what he would do next would be to charge towards the second level of the core formation stage. However, because of the uniqueness of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, what he needed to do now was to use his Origin Energy to temper his body and increase the limits of his fleshly body to transform the strength of his fleshly body from the strength of 3 ancient mammoths to the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Once the tempering was completed, his strength would be 1 ancient mammoth's worth more than what it was now. At that time, even though he would still be a first-level core formation martial artist, he would still be a first-level core formation martial artist with the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. In terms of strength, stronger than a third-level core formation martial artist, but weaker than a fourth-level core formation martial artist. An ordinary third-level core formation martial artist possessed the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. For example, the Fresh Breeze Town Branch family's 7th elder, Li Kuan, a fourth-level core formation martial artist, possessed the strength of 6 ancient mammoths. For example, his mother, Li Ro. Using Origin Energy to temper my fleshly body is truly exciting. After tempering his body with Origin Energy for a short moment according to the Raging Python form's mental cultivation method, Duan Lingtian's body shook and he directly stopped, revealing a bitter smile. Tempering his body with Origin Energy didn't cause him to feel any pain. However, the feeling of his entire body being limp, numb, and itchy caused him to feel especially ecstatic. If he really had to make an analogy, it was equivalent to having thousands upon thousands of ants scurrying about in his body. This feeling was even more unbearable than direct pain. I'll risk it all. Gritting his teeth, Duan Lingtian's gaze was firm. His fleshly body became even more condensed after being tempered by Origin Energy. His vital energy, blood, and fleshly body that had originally reached a critical point were ceaselessly strengthening and transforming at an extremely fast speed. Only with effort would there be returns. Duan Lingtian deeply understood this principle. After cultivating all the way until noon, Duan Lingtian was already drenched in sweat, and his clothes were completely drenched and sticky, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. After taking a bath and changing into a set of dry clothes, Duan Lingtian walked out of his room. At noon, when Duan Lingtian's family was eating, they received an unexpected guest. President Su Duan Lingtian lives here. A respectful voice sounded out from outside the courtyard. Tian, someone's looking for you? Li Ro looked at Duan Lingtian. It's nothing, let him wait. We'll eat first. Duan Lingtian's expression was natural as he picked up food and ate smoothly like flowing water. Duan Lingtian, I'm the manager of the inner court, Li Chang. President Su wants to see you. Outside the courtyard, a shout sounded out into the courtyard. Let him in himself. Duan Lingtian was slightly impatient. Outside the courtyard, Li Chang was stunned. This Duan Lingtian is really lawless. Who's this old man that's standing by his side? This was an existence that even their Li clan's patriarch had to respectfully greet. The Aurora City's Alchemist Association's president, Suemo. President Su, Duan Lingtian is young and doesn't know any better, what do you think? Li Chang broke out in cold sweat and looked at the old man with a bitter smile, deeply afraid that the old man would get angry because of this. But in the next moment he was dumbstruck. You leave first, I'll go in myself. Suemo nodded to Li Chang, then flicked his finger and shot out a medicinal pill. After Li Chang caught the medicinal pill, He noticed that Suemo wasn't angry or annoyed as he slowly walked into Duan Lingtian's courtyard. Origin increasing pill. Li Chang's eyes lit up when he saw the medicinal pill in his hand. This primary increasing pill was worth 5,000 taels of silver. As expected of the Alchemist Association's president, he's really generous. I only showed him the way and he bestowed me with an origin increasing pill. Li Chang took a deep breath and was slightly excited. Although he was the manager of the Li clan's inner court, his monthly salary was only 1,000 silver. Normally, he couldn't bear to buy an origin-increasing pill to increase his cultivation. Just when he was about to turn around and leave, the voice that came from the courtyard behind him caused his expression to freeze, and he was almost scared to the ground. Chapter 81. This Duan Lingtian is simply a madman. Even if I wanted to invite President Su to a meal, President Su might not even give me face. But he directly told President Su not to freeload. Li Chang's expression was strange as he pricked up his ears to listen. As far as he was concerned, this Duan Lingtian was going to be out of luck. Who knew? Little fellow, don't worry. I've already eaten. Take your time, I'll wait for you. Sumo's calm words made Li Chang feel as if he was struck by lightning. How is this possible? In an instant, a myriad of questions arose in his heart. Wasn't this Duan Lingtian just a branch family disciple? Why was even the president of Aurora City's Alchemist Association, the only grade 8 alchemist in Aurora City, so courteous to him? He couldn't figure it out. But he'd already made up his mind. No matter when, he absolutely couldn't offend this Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian finished eating, he started to guide Suemo. An entire afternoon passed, and the astonished expression on Sumo's face never stopped. He discovered that this 16-year-old youth knew even more than him, and his understanding of grade 7 alchemists had reached a level that was difficult for him to reach. If it wasn't for the fact that Suemo was only a youth, he probably would have directly taken him as his master. Even though it was only an afternoon, Suemo had benefited greatly. He believed that as long as he came for a few more days, the bottleneck that had perplexed him for a long time would surely be broken, and it would be sufficient for him to smoothly become a grade 7 alchemist. Little fellow, what grade is your teacher? Before leaving, Suemo asked Duan Lingtian with a serious expression. As far as he was concerned, the reason why Duan Lingtian was so knowledgeable was surely because he had a master teacher behind him. Moreover, this master teacher was far from what a grade 7 alchemist could compare to. No, even a grade 6 alchemist, grade 5 alchemist, or even grade 4 alchemist might not be able to teach such a disciple. A crazy guess arose in his heart, but he still wanted to confirm it. I also don't know what grade my teacher is, but I was fortunate enough to see him refine medicinal pills. At that time, the pill fire he condensed from his origin energy was a violet-colored flame. Oh right, around the violet-colored flame, there was also a trace of silver border. Duan Lingtian had a serious expression as he spoke with an air of seriousness. Purple-silver elixir fire? Sumo's pupil shrank. He had once flipped through an ancient book in the county city's alchemist guild, and there were records of the various grades of alchemists in Cloud Continent. A grade 3 alchemist's alchemy fire was purple in color, surrounded by copper edges. The purple copper elixir fire. The purple alchemy fire was surrounded by a silver border. That was the purple-silver alchemy fire. This was the alchemy fire of a second-rank alchemist. Second-grade alchemy fire. In that instant, Suemo felt as if the sky was about to collapse. Grade 2 alchemist. Little guy, are you sure your teacher's alchemy fire is purple? There's a silver border around it? Sumo's chest heaved like a bellows. Even when he had condensed alchemy fire and become an alchemist at a young age, he had not been as excited as he was now. Of course. Oh right. Teacher told me that he came from some foreign lands and came out to relax by chance. It just so happened that he noticed my natural talent, so he took me in as his disciple. Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something and said, Outer realm? Sumo's pupil shrank. As expected, he had guessed earlier, and now that Duan Lingtian said it out loud, he confirmed it. He believed that not to mention Duan Lingtian, even the supreme elders of the 3 great clans of Aurora City knew nothing about the foreign lands. The reason he knew was because he had read some ancient books in the Alchemist Guild. Since Duan Lingtian was able to say it out loud, it proved that he was not lying. At this instant he felt his scalp go numb. The violet-clothed youth standing before him seemed to have become incomparably tall, the disciple of a grade 2 alchemist. He believed it. If this matter were to spread out, even the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom would probably put in great effort to build a good relationship with the youth before him. A disciple that a grade 2 alchemist took a fancy to would surely have extraordinary accomplishments in the future. Little guy, where's your teacher? I wonder if I'll have the fortune to meet him. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Suemo asked in a slightly perturbed manner. Teacher left for the time being and told me to properly train myself. He comes back to visit me every once in a while. If you want to see him, I'll let him see you the next time he comes. Duan Lingtian's eyebrows twitched slightly. Thank you, little brother. Sumo's face was full of excitement, and even the way he addressed Duan Lingtian had changed. It's a small matter. Teacher loves me the most. He said that I'm the most talented disciple he's ever taken in his life. He also said that those senior brothers and sisters he took in from the foreign lands can't even compare to a single finger of mine. Sai, you don't know, but at that time he made me blush. Duan Lingtian continued. Sumo's expression froze, but he deeply believed it. What a joke. In terms of talent, a 16-year-old grade 9 alchemist, even in the entire foreign lands, was probably an extremely rare existence. Suemo did not notice. At this moment, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth were slightly twitching. It was as if he was suppressing a smile. Little brother, I wonder if you're interested in joining our alchemist guild? I guarantee that once you join, you'll definitely receive the best treatment. In the future, even His Majesty the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom won't dare to breathe loudly in front of you. Suemo said to Duan Lingtian, his tone full of temptation. That seems not bad. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Sumo's eyes lit up. There was hope. However, teacher said that I can't casually tell others about him, and that I can't use his name to make others pave the way for me. He wants me to carve my own path. Only then will I be qualified to become a true powerhouse. Duan Lingtian sighed. I've already disobeyed teacher's orders by telling you so much. Old man, you mustn't tell a third person what I just said to you. Otherwise, when my teacher comes next time, I'll say that you forced me to tell you all this. As he said this, a sly smile flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes. Whoosh! Sumo's face turned completely green. Little brother. Oh no. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. Since your teacher said so, you must respect him and don't do anything to harm me. Suemo was a little flustered. Suemo knew very well what a grade 2 alchemist represented. Apart from having superb alchemy skills, he was also an extremely frightening martial artist. Such a powerhouse had the means to reach the heavens. At this moment he still had some lingering fear. Because before today, a fleeting thought had appeared in his mind. After Duan Lingtian helped him become a grade 7 alchemist, he would deal with Duan Lingtian and take back his alchemist guild points. Now it seemed that, fortunately, his rationality and conscience had prevailed over this crazy thought. Otherwise, once something happened to Duan Lingtian, no matter how cleanly he dealt with it, with the means of a grade 2 alchemist, he could easily find out everything. At that time his fate could be imagined. Little brother, don't worry. What you said to me today I won't tell a second person. Also, if you need anything just tell me. As long as it's within my power, I won't refuse. Sumo's expression turned serious as he vowed solemnly. Old man, you're too polite. However, since you're so enthusiastic, I won't hold back. I really do need some materials recently. These materials aren't available in Aurora City, but I wonder if you can help me get them. Duan Lingtian wrote a piece of paper and handed it to Suemo. Suemo lowered his head to look. There were a total of 5 materials. He had heard of 2 of them and knew that they were very rare alchemy materials with extraordinary value. However, he had no impression of the other 3 materials. I'll gather these materials for you as quickly as possible. Once I've gathered them, I'll send them to you immediately. Suemo solemnly promised Duan Lingtian. Then I'll thank you in advance. Duan Lingtian smiled and thanked him. After Suemo left, Duan Lingtian finally broke into a grin. Everything he fabricated earlier was a method he used to protect himself. As for the foreign lands and the alchemy fire of a grade 2 alchemist, he knew all of this from the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. If he used it to scare people, no one would suspect him. After all these things, not to mention him, a branch family disciple of Aurora City's Li clan, even the grand elders of the 3 great clans of Aurora City wouldn't know. Suemo knew because he was a member of the Alchemist Guild. The Alchemist Guild's headquarters was in the foreign lands. I hope the old man can gather those 5 materials for me as soon as possible. That way I can start inscribing. Although the Blood Crescent inscription isn't as strong as the Blood Explosion inscription, inscribed on the spirit weapon of Aqua Mist City's Hezu Dao, it's not much inferior. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light. The art of inscription was extensive and profound. Inscription masters were different from alchemists and weapon craftsmen. The latter required a certain level of cultivation and relied on origin energy to condense alchemy fire and weapon fire to refine medicinal pills and spirit weapons. The former, however, only required spiritual force. So long as an inscription master had sufficient spiritual force and was able to obtain materials, no matter how terrifying an inscription was, one could inscribe it. In the eyes of an inscription master, origin energy was only a tool to inscribe and activate the inscription. Spiritual force originated from the soul. Perhaps it was because he'd transmigrated to this world, or perhaps it was because he'd fused with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian's soul was shockingly strong. Through the inference of Samsara Emperor Wu's memories, Duan Lingtian was almost certain that his current spiritual force was sufficient to compare to an ordinary origin core martial artist. But unfortunately, in Cloud Continent, only an expert like Emperor Wu was able to use spiritual force to fight his enemies. Otherwise, with Duan Lingtian's current spiritual force, it was sufficient to easily annihilate martial artists below the origin core stage. And it was precisely because of Duan Lingtian's shocking spiritual force that as long as he was given sufficient materials, he would be able to inscribe inscriptions that only ordinary origin core stage inscriptionists could inscribe. Just like the Blood Crescent inscription he planned to inscribe. The Blood Crescent inscription was the inscription with the greatest might that he was currently able to inscribe. After breaking through to the core formation stage, it's different. Since I've developed origin energy and used origin energy to inscribe, so long as my spiritual force satisfies the requirements, I can easily inscribe it. Chapter 82. In the spacious courtyard, the old man stood at the side with a gloomy expression. "Grandfather, what's wrong?" A youth in fluttering white clothes walked out of the room. That Duan Lingtian seems to be related to the Alchemist Guild's guild master, Suemo. The old man frowned as he slowly spoke. How is that possible? He's only a branch family disciple, and a disciple with a different surname. How could he be related to the Alchemist Guild? Li Qing kept shaking his head. He wasn't willing to believe it. These past few days, Suemo has been looking for Duan Lingtian at noon every day. I wonder why. Li Tai was slightly fearful. Although he was the Li clan's grand elder, in front of Suemo, he was nothing. Not to mention that Sumo's strength was stronger than his. Just based on Sumo's status as a grade 8 alchemist, if Suemo wanted to deal with him, he didn't even need to make a move himself. He only needed to say a word, and a group of people would rush forward to kill him just to sell a favor to Suemo. This was the influence of a grade 8 alchemist. Grandfather, could it be that the enmity of my finger is just going to be forgotten? I'm not willing. Li Qing's expression was gloomy, and his breathing became hurried. Qing, you can be at ease. Grandfather will definitely avenge you. Now since Suemo is related to Duan Lingtian, I'll stay out of it and let others deal with him. A cold smile appeared on Li Tai's face. Grandfather, what do you mean? Li Qing was puzzled. Money makes the world go round. Li Tai's brows raised. Grandfather, what you mean is, look for Ghastly Shadow. Li Qing's eyes lit up. Ghastly Shadow, the top assassin organization of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, rose up 20 years ago and swept through the Crimson Sky Kingdom like a hurricane. As long as it was a mission accepted by Ghastly Shadow, the success rate was 100%. Of course, this was also closely related to Ghastly Shadow's rules. If you want to issue a mission, you have to first pay a deposit and say the target. 3 days later you have to confirm. See if Ghastly Shadow is willing to accept this mission. If not, you have to return the deposit. If you are willing, you have to pay the rest of the mission fee. Phantom only accepted missions that he was confident in. In Li Qing's opinion, how powerful were the assassins of the Ghost Shadow organization? Wouldn't it be easy to kill Duan Lingtian? Late at night, a tall figure flew out of the Li family mansion. Soon, this person arrived in front of an old building in a remote area of Aurora City, and walked in. The hall was spacious and the lights were dim. Behind the counter, a young man with a slightly pale face stood there. Noticing the commotion, he raised his head and looked at the newcomer with a cold gaze. I will issue a mission. Li family Duan Lingtian. This is the deposit. The person was very straightforward. He took out a stack of banknotes and slapped it on the counter. Then he turned around and left. Li Clan Duan Lingtian. The young man buried himself in the registration. Early morning. As the dawn illuminated the earth, Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and stretched. It was a new day. Duan Lingtian glanced over and noticed that 2 young girls were happily chatting in the courtyard. Little Fei, you came over so early. Did you miss me? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he greedily sized up the young girl's hot and devilish figure. I'm not here to find you. I'm here to find little sister Kerr. Li Fei glared at Duan Lingtian and said unhappily. Duan Lingtian didn't mind. He ate his breakfast while eavesdropping on the conversation between the 2 girls. In the end, he found that the 2 girls were talking about interesting things from their childhood. After finishing breakfast, Duan Lingtian left the Li family mansion alone. Su Mo had brought him good news yesterday. Of the 5 rare materials needed for the Blood Crescent inscription, the remaining 2 would arrive in Aurora City in 2 days. Therefore, he started to prepare the other materials. A total of 11 materials were needed to inscribe the Blood Crescent inscription. The other 6 materials were relatively common. Arriving at the huge trade market of Aurora City, Duan Lingtian walked into the medicine store that sold the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. Among the 6 materials, 3 of them were relatively common. Shopkeeper. As soon as he entered, Duan Lingtian greeted the shopkeeper. Soon, under Duan Lingtian's puzzled gaze, the shopkeeper welcomed him into a small room in the medicine store. Shopkeeper, what are you doing? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Someone wants your life. The shopkeeper's gaze constricted as he spoke bluntly. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. At this moment, Duan Lingtian even had the misconception that the shopkeeper's temperament had changed. If it was said that the shopkeeper in the past was only a pure and scrupulous merchant, the current shopkeeper faintly revealed a profound and unfathomable aura. It seemed that his previous guess was correct. This medicine store's shopkeeper wasn't simple. The Li clan's grand elder, Li Tai, issued a mission at Ghastly Shadow last night. And the target is you. The shopkeeper spoke bluntly. Ghastly Shadow? Duan Lingtian's gaze constricted. He had heard of this famous assassin organization in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. You're a member of Ghastly Shadow? Duan Lingtian suddenly laughed. Exactly. During the day, I'm the shopkeeper of this medicine store, and at night, I'm the person in charge of Ghastly Shadow in Aurora City. The shopkeeper slowly nodded. Shopkeeper, what you're doing seems to be against the rules for Ghastly Shadow, right? Duan Lingtian's gaze slightly moved. Rules are dead, but people are alive. I don't want my business partner to be killed because of some people and ruin my road to riches for nothing. The shopkeeper was very straightforward. As far as he was concerned, the money Li Tai used to hire assassins wasn't even enough to cover a fraction of the benefits Duan Lingtian's 6 treasures body tempering liquid would bring him. He naturally knew what was more important and what was more important. Then what you mean now is to refuse his mission? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course. The shopkeeper nodded. If I issue a mission to you now that targets this Li Tai, would your Ghastly Shadow accept? Duan Lingtian asked again. Of course, Ghastly Shadow only recognizes money and not people. However, the price of the Li clan's Grand Elder is extremely expensive. The shopkeeper said. How much? 1 million silver. So expensive. Of course, Li Tai is the Li clan's Grand Elder after all. An existence at the 8th level of the Origin Core stage. If you really want to issue this mission, Then seeing that we're business partners, I can give you a 20% discount. 20% discount? 20% discount is still 800,000 silver. You ghastly shadow are too greedy. You can owe me, but I won't charge you interest and deduct it from the profits of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. Forget it, I can't bear to part with 800,000 silver. I'll do it myself. You. What? You doubt me? A little. How about this? I don't need your ghastly shadow to kill him. Just do me a small favor. After obtaining the shopkeeper's agreement and buying the required medicinal materials, Duan Lingtian left the medicine store in satisfaction. 800,000 silver killing Li Tai. To Duan Lingtian it wasn't worth it. However, Li Tai actually issued a mission to kill him in ghastly shadow. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light. After buying the remaining materials, Duan Lingtian returned home. Suemo didn't come this afternoon. Duan Lingtian had taught him everything he could. The rest could only rely on himself to comprehend. 3 days later. Late at night. Ghastly Shadow's stronghold in Aurora City. How's the confirmation of the mission I issued 3 days ago? Killing a first-level core formation martial artist like him, 100,000 silver should be enough, right? Li Tai looked at the young man behind the counter and asked, 100,000 silver? Customer, are you joking? A cold light flashed within the eyes of the pale-faced young man, causing others to tremble with fear. What? Li Tai's heart jerked as he had a bad premonition. According to the information Ghastly Shadow obtained, this Duan Lingtian is the young genius ranked number 1 on the Aurora City's Hidden Dragon list. Just this point alone, we'll have to charge you at least 300,000 silver. The young man slowly said, 300,000 silver? Sure. Li Tai clenched his teeth. Although it was slightly painful, he still agreed. Customer, I haven't finished speaking. The young man frowned. What else do you want to say? Li Tai was puzzled. Besides that, we also found out that this Duan Lingtian is extremely close to the Alchemist Guild's guildmaster, Suemo. Suemo is a member of the Alchemist Guild, so killing someone who has a close relationship with him is extremely risky for us. So, in summary, our Ghastly Shadow wants 1 million silver for this Duan Lingtian. The young man continued. 1 million silver? Li Tai was dumbstruck. Although when the young man mentioned Suemo, he already guessed that this mission couldn't be completed. He never imagined that the Ghastly Shadow would set the price of Duan Lingtian at 1 million silver. Not to mention that he didn't have so much silver on him. Even if he did, he wouldn't be willing to part with it. It was only a kid at the first level of the core formation stage. Even if his strength was slightly strange, it was only comparable to a kid at the 3rd level of the core formation stage. To him, killing a kid like this was as easy as cutting grass. Customer, may I ask if you still want to issue this mission? The young man looked at Li Tai and asked. No, return the deposit to me. Li Tai hurriedly shook his head. What a joke. 1 million silver with so much money, he could issue a mission to kill an Origin Core martial artist in Ghastly Shadow. After Li Tai left, a middle-aged man slowly walked out from the inner room. Manager. The young man hurriedly bowed to the person who came. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this middle-aged man was the manager of the medicine store. I'm curious how he killed Li Tai. The middle-aged man's heart jerked and a faint smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Li family estate. Grandfather, how is it? When Li Qing saw Li Tai return, he hurriedly asked. He knew what Li Tai went out to do, so he had been waiting at home for the results. I cancelled the mission. Li Tai shook his head. Li Qing was stupefied. Grandfather, why? That Ghastly Shadow actually offered a price of 1 million silver. Li Tai's face sank. What? It's only a kid at the core formation stage. 1 million silver, are they robbing money? Li Qing had a face full of disbelief. They found out about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Suemo, so they were afraid and offered such a high price. Qing, don't worry, even if Ghastly Shadow doesn't accept this mission, grandfather won't let that Duan Lingtian live. Li Tai guaranteed to Li Qing. Thank you, grandfather, Li Qing said excitedly.